Welcome back to Hogwarts. Or maybe this is your first time. But not as a visitor. Not as a name in someone else's legend. This time you're the student. No name. No sorting hat fanfare. No spotlight. Just you got a wand, a rune no one else seems to understand, and a castle that's far more alive than it pretends to be. This is your first year at Hogwarts, told through whispered memory, starlit dreams, and the long, winding breath of forgotten magic. While Harry Potter is discovering secrets beneath trapdoors and Ron is groaning over homework, you're slipping into a frostlit corridor that shouldn't exist, tracing runes that weren't in any spellbook, and hearing voices not from ghosts, but from the stone itself. This is the story behind the story. This is what the magic did when no one was watching. You'll meet them, yes. The trio. Dumbledore. Hagrid. Even Snape. But they'll pass like shadows at the edge of your mirror. Because this is not their tale. This is yours. And it starts on the train. So pull up your blanket. Rest your head. Let your wand hand relax. This isn't just a bedtime story, it's a spell woven to last the whole night. Tonight's mind moment, close your eyes and imagine the first time you saw Hogwarts. Not from the boats. Not from a photo. But from inside. How did it feel? What did it whisper? If you've listened before, leave a little emoji down in the comments, so I know you're still wandering the halls with me. And if you're new, well, go ahead and press subscribe. You're going to want to stay close. The corridors move, you know. Let's begin. You don't remember when the dream began. Not the kind with colors and scenes, but the slow, aching kind that curls behind your thoughts, an itch you can't name. It's been there all your life. Something missing. A tug behind your ribs every time a breeze moves through the hedges in summer, or the streetlights flicker 1 second too long. You always notice things others didn't. Cats watching too long. Rain falling even though the sky looked clear. A door in your neighbor's garden wall that disappeared after you walked past it. The dream wasn't sleep. It was waiting. And then, one morning, a letter arrived. You can still feel its weight, thicker than any post you'd ever held, with ink so rich you thought at first it had bled. A name you hadn't spoken aloud in weeks sat right there on the front, in green ink. You didn't open it at once. You waited. You held it in your lap like a spell you hadn't yet cast. That moment stretched out, quiet and slow, as if the world itself held its breath with you. Your hand shook when you unfolded the parchment. But the words were calm. Welcoming. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Witchcraft. You read it again. Again. The dream pressed forward. And now, here you are. Platform 9 3/4 is not where anyone expects to find themselves. But the truth of it is quieter than you imagined. A wall. A moment of stillness. A step forward, not quite believing, but needing to. The sound of the platform blooming into noise and steam on the other side makes your ears ring. You board the Hogwarts Express with fingers half numb, heart stuttering. The carriages are old, rich with velvet and brass, the scent of smoke and magic soaking the air. You don't rush. Others do. Children laughing, dragging trunks, owls flapping in their cages. You slip into a carriage near the back, where no one else sits. For a time. The boy who joins you is tall, his shoulders too sharp for his robe. He doesn't speak. Doesn't look at you. Just sits, hands clasped, staring out at the clouds as they begin to stretch. Another girl joins halfway through the journey, humming tunelessly, her fingers trailing over the condensation on the window. She traces something there. You don't ask what. Through the corridor windows, you catch glimpses. A flash of ginger hair and loud laughter. Ron, you'll hear his name later. A girl with wild brown curls lecturing a boy about cauldron thickness. Hermione. And somewhere nearer the front, a boy with a scar. But you don't know that yet. Hours pass like silt in river water. The world outside turns to forest, then hill, then mist. Evening falls gently, as if even the sky is waiting. And then, Hogwarts. You see it first from a curve in the track. The towers stretch into cloud, lit with gold and torchlight, shimmering across a lake so still it looks like glass. Your breath catches. Not because it's beautiful, though it is, but because it feels like something you once knew. As if it were waiting for you, too. You are led to boats. For to a vessel, gliding silently over black water. Lanterns swinging. The night thick with stars. The castle grows as you near it. It grows in a way stone shouldn't. As if memory builds it more than rock. Inside, you barely hear the words of welcome. Professor McGonagall's voice is crisp, clipped. But you're watching the staircases that move on their own. You're watching the candles floating mid-air. The sorting hat, when it speaks, doesn't shout. Its voice is low, gravel smooth, whispering in the dark of your mind. You're sorted last. Or maybe nearly last. It feels like you've been waiting a long time. The hat doesn't hesitate. Interesting, it murmurs. You've heard the castle before, haven't you? You don't answer. You can't. You aren't even sure what it means. HM. Not afraid of silence. Nor of shadow. You do well almost anywhere. But I see what stirs beneath the surface. I see how you listen. Yes, let's place you where the old magic still lingers. The word it speaks is not loud. The claps from the table you're sent to are brief. No cheers. Just one or two nods. Someone shifts aside to let you sit. You don't taste the food. You stare at the gold of the plates, the firelight catching on the surface like stars drowning in syrup. The dormitory is quiet. Round and warm. The sheets are heavy with the scent of lavender and old stone. On the wall above your pillow is a faint pattern, runes etched in a curve. You touch them. They hum once. Like breath. Then fall still. That night, you don't sleep at first. You lie listening to the heartbeat of the castle. Pipes murmuring. Wood creaking in rhythm with something deeper, older. The dream is still with you, but it's quieter now. Not reaching. Not waiting. Just present. And in the moment before sleep takes you, you feel it. You are here. You are known. And somewhere beneath the stone, something has turned its head toward you. The morning arrives not with trumpets or birdsong, but with a hush. A silence so thick it feels deliberate. You wake before the others, maybe you didn't sleep at all. It's hard to tell. The dormitory glows dimly, the high windows admitting only a touch of pale grey. Outside, fog coils along the stone ledges like breath still dreaming. Your bones ache a little. Not from cold, but from something else. Like you've grown taller in the night. The rune above your pillow has dimmed, no longer humming, but it feels like it's watching you. You trace it again. Nothing happens. Still, it feels familiar. You leave it alone. Your robes are heavy in your hands, the fabric stiff and smelling faintly of mothballs and magic. You dress slowly, button by button, listening to the castle wake. Pipes hum. Floorboards crack like knuckles. A bell rings once, distant, low. It doesn't sound mechanical. It sounds alive. Downstairs, the common room is empty. Firelight flickers in the grate, even though no logs were there when you came down. You swear it lights itself just for you. The corridors stretch longer than they were last night. Or maybe you took a different turn. A portrait of a knight scowls as you pass, his helmet tucked under one arm. "You'll be late," he mutters. You don't answer. You've learned not to, not yet. The portraits talk to each other when they think you're not listening. The Great Hall is quieter in the morning. No feast, no hat. Just long tables and floating candles and a few owls delivering post with flaps and soft feathers. You sit. Toast appears. A goblet of pumpkin juice glows a little more orange than it should. The sky above, because the ceiling shows the sky, is pale with rising light, clouds streaked like smudges on glass. Across the room, Harry Potter sits with Ron and Hermione. He doesn't notice you. Not yet. He's too busy glancing up at the ceiling like it might tell him something. You understand that look. Your first class is charms. Professor Flitwick's voice is like wind chimes bouncing down a stairwell, bright and unpredictable. He can barely see over the desk. He hops up, his robes swishing around him like they're heavier than he is. He calls roll, and your name, though spoken softly, makes you stiffen. You haven't said it aloud since the sorting. A few heads turn. One or two nods. No whispers. But there's a sense that people are starting to notice you now. Like the first ink stroke on a page. You pair with a girl who doesn't introduce herself, but holds her wand like she's held it forever. Her hair is braided tightly. Her robe's pressed. She says the incantation in perfect rhythm, and her feather lifts on the second try. You take longer. But when your feather rises, it does so without any visible effort. You didn't even feel the magic leave your wand. It just happened. Flitwick stares for a moment. Then writes something in his ledger. After class, you try to follow the crowd to your next lesson. The staircase turns before you can catch up. You end up 3 floors too high, facing a locked door with a brass keyhole that blinks when you stare too long. You press your fingers to the wood. Just lightly. The door opens. No one is inside. Just a small room with shelves of glass bottles and floating motes of dust. The light here is golden. Time folds a little. You step in. A book lies open on the floor. Not a spell book. Not anything you recognize. It has no title. No ink. Just pages of pressed parchment that warm when you touch them. One page begins to shift, slow, curling lines forming. Not words. Just shapes. Curves that mimic the rune above your bed. You stare until your eyes blur. Then footsteps. You turn and the door clicks shut on its own. When you finally find your way to herbology, you arrive muddy and winded. Professor Sprout doesn't scold you. She simply hands you a trowel and points to a box of fanged geraniums. You work quietly beside Neville Longbottom. He smiles at you once. Shy and earnest. You return it. Lunch tastes like sunlight, warm bread, soup spiced just enough to bring color to your cheeks. A group of first years at the end of the table laugh too loudly. You watch. You listen. You take another bite. In the afternoon, Potions waits in the dungeons. The air is damp, the scent of damp earth and something bitter curling beneath your nose. Professor Snape speaks in low tones, his robes whispering across stone like spilled ink. He doesn't look at you. Not until your potion turns indigo instead of violet. Then, he pauses. Leans just slightly toward your cauldron. He says nothing. But when he moves on, your potion shifts again, darkens, steadies, glows faintly. You're the last to leave the dungeon. The halls above are quiet now, the castle shifting into evening. You pass nearly headless Nick near a window. He hums to himself and nods as you pass. At dinner, the hall is quieter. Candles hang low. The ceiling shows a sky thick with cloud and stars pulsing faintly. Someone at your table tries to ask you a question. But before they do, the lights flicker. Just once. You hear a crackle in the pipes again, like whispering too soft to understand. You glance up. The rune from the book echoes faintly in your mind. That night, in your dormitory, you lie awake for longer than you mean to. Listening. Feeling. Breathing with the castle. It breathes back. There's something strange about your second full day. Not in the obvious way, not in cauldrons or ghosts or the way the staircases creak and shift even when no one's on them. It's more subtle. A quiet undercurrent. Like the castle is beginning to notice you. You feel it in your shoes, the way the stone seems to warm where you step. You feel it in your robe pocket when your hand brushes the folded piece of parchment you tore from that nameless book, even though you're sure you left it in your trunk. You feel it in your bones, like a soft pressure behind your eyes, urging you to look twice, to listen longer. Breakfast is quieter this morning. Or maybe you're quieter. The ceiling is pale again, frost forming delicate feathers across the upper beams. A few flakes drift downward, caught in the castle's peculiar mimicry of weather. A boy next to you sneezes. Another girl brushes frost off her pumpkin pasty and mutters a charm to keep it warm. You find yourself watching the staff table more today. Not staring, just observing, from the corners of your eyes. Dumbledore is there, of course. He looks impossibly still, like a painting pretending to breathe. Professor McGonagall's eyes are sharp, her tea untouched. Hagrid sits at one end, massive and hunching, smile warm as ever, though his gaze seems to search the hall. You follow it briefly, but you find nothing. Just more faces. Charms again, your favorite already, though you haven't decided why. Maybe it's the feel of energy gathering behind your fingertips. Maybe it's the silence between the words, the moment before a spell takes shape. Flitwick floats a cushion across the room with the ease of a child skipping stones. Yours lands gently before you. Your partner today is someone new, a boy with deep freckles and a voice like gravel. He doesn't speak much. You don't mind. You both master the levitation charm quickly. He raises his eyebrows when your charm flickers faintly silver at the edges. You pretend not to notice. On your way out, you pass by a corridor you don't remember walking through before. The tapestries are strange here, nothing dramatic or moving, just faded colors and a long stretch of empty stone beneath them. There's a hollow sound when you step there. Not an echo, something deeper. You walk on. Lunch blurs. You try pumpkin juice again and find it sweet today, warmer than it was yesterday. Someone down the table drops their fork and bends to pick it up, and when they do, you see the faint shimmer of something, just for a second, beneath their bench. A flicker. Like candlelight. But gone too fast to name. Potions after lunch. The dungeons are darker today. Not in mood, just in light. Candles burn lower. The air hangs heavier. Snape enters without a word. The class hushes like the air itself has been pressed flat. Today's lesson is a sleeping draft. You listen, you measure, you stir. Your hands move as if they've done this before. The fumes rise in soft curls. A girl next to you coughs once and apologizes. Snape walks past her without pause. When he reaches your table, he does stop. He stares down into your cauldron. The potion has turned blue too early. He does not frown. He simply murmurs, curious. Then walks on. You feel your rune itch faintly beneath your sleeve. After class, you linger. Not on purpose. Something draws you to the far corner of the room, past the cabinets where dried roots and ground silver sit in label jars. You don't open anything. You just look. One bottle glows faintly. Only faintly. You make no note of it. The corridor beyond the dungeon seems longer than before. You turn a corner you shouldn't have and end up on a landing you've never seen. A single stained glass window sits at the far end, casting green and gold light across the floor. In that light is a book. It's small, unassuming, bound in dark cloth, no title. You reach for it before you know why. As your fingers brush the cover, you hear something. A word. Not in your ears, but in your head. Not a word, exactly. A shape. A breath of thought that feels like a memory not quite yours. The book opens, though you didn't move your hands. Inside, blank pages. Then, one word appears. Slowly. In silver script. Your name. Just your name. You blink. It vanishes. You close the book. It's still warm. At dinner, the sky has turned stormy. The ceiling roils with dark clouds, though no rain falls. You sit in silence. You eat only a little. Somewhere across the hall, Harry laughs. Hermione rolls her eyes and leans over a book too large for one plate. You wonder what it's like to be folded into that kind of companionship. But you don't mind the space around you. You feel as though the castle itself keeps you company. Later that night, in your dormitory, the rune above your bed flickers once when you lie down. You say nothing. But you feel it again, that presence. That noticing. The castle remembers. And now it remembers you. There is something about the fourth morning that feels different, not louder, not stranger, just more aware. You wake in silence, but it's the kind of silence that listens back. Your dorm mates sleep on. One has their foot poking out from the blanket, and another mutters through a dream. You lie there for a few minutes longer, staring at the curve of the ceiling above your bed, letting your mind settle. The rune no longer glows, but it's still there, faint and faintly familiar. You don't know what it means yet. You haven't told anyone it appeared. You think perhaps you're not supposed to. At breakfast, the castle is already awake. The ceiling above the great hall is soft with morning light, clouds painted in the thinnest pastels, drifting slowly like ink on water. The food appears as you reach for it, as if it was waiting to be chosen. A cup of tea, unusually strong, slides into place beside your plate without a sound. No one says your name today. That feels right. Your schedule reads Defense Against the Dark Arts, followed by History of Magic. The hallway leading to Professor Quirrell's room smells of something faintly herbal, lavender and paper, and the torches along the walls flicker even when there's no breeze. Quirrell is stammering worse than usual. He writes instructions on the board in cramped chalk, but something about the room feels unsteady today. His voice trails off when he reads aloud a list of standard protective enchantments. You try to focus on the text, but the room pulses strangely around you. Not in brightness. Not even in heat. But as if something inside it is moving, just slightly, just behind your eyes. He gives you a task: practice a basic shield charm with the student beside you. Yours is the boy from Charms again. The one with the gravel voice and quiet posture. He says nothing. You both raise your wands. His first charm flickers, quick and sharp. Yours doesn't flicker. It forms a shell around your arm so quickly, so smoothly, that it doesn't look like a spell at all. Just the presence. Quirrell stares at it, his lips parting slightly, as if to speak. But no words come. He turns and adjusts his turban, and the lesson moves on. History of Magic is the opposite, dry and colorless. Professor Binns drifts across the classroom like a memory already fading, reciting facts without flavor. But as he begins to speak about the founding of the school, your mind begins to sharpen. He speaks of the 4 founders. Yes, you know them. Everyone does. But when he names them, something catches in your breath. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin. And then he says another name. Not a founder, not a legend, but an early student, forgotten and barely mentioned. A name that echoes oddly in your chest. You don't remember. All, the air thick with parchment and spells half remembered. You don't know how long you wander. Time loses its shape here. You pause in a shadowed row, somewhere near the restricted section, not too close. A book moves on its own. Not with drama, not with sound. Just shifts, as if making room. You step toward it. The book that finds you this time is thinner, its cover worn soft. It does not glow. It does not whisper. But when you open it, the pages are full. Only not with spells. They're full of runes. Not just yours, but others. Variants. Half familiar, half forgotten. One matches the shape carved above your bed. Another hums slightly when your finger hovers over it. Not touching. Just enough to feel the heat. You sit down right there on the floor, knees to chest, and let the pages unfold. One of the runes begins to shift as you read, its lines redrawing themselves slowly. Not randomly. Deliberately. You trace it into the air. Nothing happens. At first. But then the bookshelf beside you sighs. Not creaks. Not settles. Sighs. You turn. The shelf has pulled back slightly, revealing a small hollow in the stone wall. Inside, a fragment of cloth. Pale and marked with the same rune you just cast. You don't take it. But you remember it. Back in the dormitory that evening, you write the rune on the corner of a spare parchment. You fold it. You tuck it under your pillow. And for the first time since arriving, you sleep deeply. You dream not in color, but in sound. The shiver of footsteps. The breath of doors opening. A voice, barely audible, speaking not words but shapes. And beneath it all, the castle breathing again. Only this time, it breathes your name. You wake slowly today. Not because you're tired, exactly, but because your dream didn't end cleanly. It stayed with you. Lingered. Long after the walls brightened with dawn, and the scent of morning rain curled through the narrow dormitory windows, the feeling of it remains. Like wet ink on your skin, drying without vanishing. You turn over and check the parchment you placed under your pillow. The rune you drew is still there. Only now, it's shifted. Not changed, not rewritten. Just adjusted. As if someone edited it carefully while you slept. The lines are deeper, more certain. There's a curve at the end that wasn't yours. You fold it and slide it back beneath the pillow without a word. Breakfast is misty and grey. The great hall ceiling mirrors the outside sky, a thick blanket of cloud without edges. Your tea tastes sharper today. A little bitter. The sugar stirs itself. No one else seems to notice. Your classes today are herbology and transfiguration. You like both, though for different reasons. Herbology feels honest, alive. The plants don't lie. They hiss or bite or curl away, but their magic is simple. Profound. The earth answers truthfully. Professor Sprout is cheerier today. Mud streaks her sleeves. You're asked to work in pairs again, this time with a red-headed boy who grumbles under his breath but doesn't complain when you take the lead. The soil is soft under your nails, damp with the early morning frost. You're repotting something called a whisper root. It shivers when touched, curls when your voice gets too loud. It prefers quiet. You understand that. When you finish, yours is straighter than anyone's. The leaves lie smooth and still, the stem bent toward your palm as if in recognition. Professor Sprout doesn't praise you, but she smiles. That feels better. Transfiguration is sharper. Professor McGonagall does not suffer drifting attention. Her chalk moves faster than you can copy, but you watch her wand work with the kind of fascination usually reserved for firelight and thunder. Today's lesson is simple in theory: the transformation of an object's surface. Color, texture, temperature. You begin with a stone. It's nothing special. Round. Slightly cracked. The kind you'd find in a stream bed or a windowsill. She walks you through the words, the movements, the breath. When your wand moves, the stone does not change color. It does not ripple or smoke. Instead, it marks. Your rune appears, faint at first, then clear. Carved into the surface like it's always been there, hidden beneath the surface and waiting for light. The stone warms in your hand. Professor McGonagall pauses mid-step. She frowns, not at you, but at the stone. She leans closer. She does not touch it. That, she says quietly, is not in the textbook. She moves on. No one else notices. You wrap the stone in the sleeve of your robe and take it with you. You pass the corridor from before, the one near the dungeons that always feels slightly too long. Today, it feels shorter. As if the walls know you better now. As if the stone remembers your footsteps. You pause at a tapestry. There's something behind it. You've always known. You push it back slowly. The space behind is narrow, barely more than a closet. But it breathes differently. Inside, the air hums. There's nothing there at first. Just shadow and dust and the faint rustle of threads. Then, behind one brick, you find a gap. Just wide enough to fit the marked stone. You hesitate. Then place it inside. Nothing dramatic happens. No glow. No pulse of music. But when you step back, the tapestry ripples, without wind, and the floor beneath your shoes feels steadier. Warmer. The rune above your bed pulses once that night, as you lie beneath it. Just once. You dream again, not words, but the feeling of being watched. Not by eyes, but by something larger. Older. The stone in the wall. The whisper root in the greenhouse. The parchment still tucked under your pillow. They remember you. And you, without trying, have begun to answer back. By the 6th morning, your boots know the hallways better than your brain does. You've stopped trying to memorize paths, there's no logic to them. The staircases move when they like. The portraits gossip when they think you're not listening. And some corridors only appear when you need them. You've learned to feel your way forward. Today begins colder. Not just in weather, but in atmosphere. Your window fogs before you even rise from bed. The rune overhead has dulled again, like breath on glass. Still present, but fading into the background of your awareness. Like the beating of your own heart. Your timetable has changed. A new subject added. No explanation. Just a line of text in elegant script, practical spell casting and dueling arts, courtyard circle. No professor's name. No room number. Just a place. You mention it over breakfast, tentatively, to a student on your right, someone quiet, like you, with a long scar across their chin. They glance at your parchment, then shake their head slowly. Some first years get invited, they say. Some don't. You don't ask what it means. But you fold the parchment carefully and keep it close. By mid-morning, you find the courtyard. It isn't hidden, just unnoticed. A ring of open stone, half frozen over, with low walls and no roof. Wind curls through like it's guarding something. The sky overhead is silvered cloud, and the towers around you loom like silent judges. You step into the circle alone. You are not alone for long. 3 others stand at the edges. One is a slithering boy with eyes like steel. Another, a Hufflepuff girl who stands like she's waiting for something heavy to fall. The third wears no house colors at all. You wonder if they're even a student. No one speaks. Then, a door in the courtyard wall opens. A tall figure steps through, robed in dark green, hair bound in a long braid down her back. She looks like no one you've seen at the staff table. Her wand is short. Her voice is shorter. You've been marked, she says. By wand work or by whisper. Doesn't matter. You're here. She doesn't ask your names. She doesn't explain the rules. She draws her wand and carves a wide spiral in the air. It glows briefly, then fades. Wand's out. You draw yours. The weight in your palm is familiar now, less like an object, more like a limb. The first spell is a simple disarming charm. The kind you've read about. The kind taught softly, in safe classrooms. Here, it is not soft. Here, the wind rises as the spells are cast. Every failed incantation seems to pull the chill tighter against your skin. Your first attempt is too quick. Your second, too careful. Your third lands. The slithering boy's wand leaps from his hand. He doesn't flinch, but he eyes you differently now. The instructor nods. Once. Again. You don't win every round. But you don't fall, either. And each time your rune pulses, it does, faintly, with each spell, you feel something old wake deeper in your chest. There's no praise. No points. No house scores or gold stars. Just breath. Cold air. Spells and skin and quiet resolve. At the end, she speaks again. You'll come back, she says. When the spiral glows again. Then she's gone. No explanation. No dismissal. Just snow beginning to fall where she once stood. You walk back through the castle with tingling fingers. Not from cold. From energy. Magic still warm in your blood, not yet settled. Lunch tastes like fire-roasted bread and rosemary. You eat quietly, glancing up once to see if anyone's watching. No one is. But as you pass a window on your way to your next class, you see it. The courtyard again. Snow falling heavier now. And in the center of the stone ring, a mark. Your rune. Faint, fading. But there. By the 7th day, the Great Hall begins to feel more like a ritual than a room. You walk its length without rushing. The candles overhead flicker in patterns now, tiny hesitations, subtle shifts that you only notice because you're watching. You always watch. The food appears as if remembering your preferences before you know them. Your seat is often empty when you arrive, yet never cold. The other students don't ignore you exactly. But they don't quite know where to place you either. You're not loud, not brilliant, not foolish. You're not famous. You're not forgettable. You're something in between. So you slip through spaces as if they were built for you, like dust between cracks. Today's schedule is filled with standard lessons, potions, charms, history again, but something about the air makes even familiar things feel uneasy. In potions, your cauldron bubbles louder than it should. In charms, your spell lifts the feather before you say the words. In history, your quill writes something you don't remember thinking. Your rune tingles faintly all day beneath your sleeve. Like a secret leaning closer. At dinner, you sit nearer the center of your table for once. A mistake. The hum of conversation curls tightly around you, too warm, too pressing. You try to eat, but each mouthful tastes distant. Someone next to you mentions the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Someone else jokes about Peeve stealing laundry. You smile when expected. Then your spoon clinks against the bowl, and a strange hush follows it. A cold breath. You look up. Across the table, someone stares. A boy 2 years above. His eyes don't blink. He smiles, not unkindly. But there's weight in it. Recognition. A flicker of something unspoken. When you blink again, he's gone. You eat fast. Too fast. The walls of the castle seem to press closer tonight. The corridors shift more than usual. You turn right and find a dead end where yesterday there was a staircase. You take a passage beneath the third-floor window and end up beside the kitchens, though you never descended a stair. There are shadows here. Not darkness. Shadows. Like the kind cast by candlelight on thick walls, flickering too long, bending where they shouldn't. You press forward. Near the library, the sconces flicker oddly. They go out one by one behind you. Not in fear. Just absence. You find yourself outside the great hall again, though you hadn't meant to return. The long room is dark now, cleared of food and noise and people. But there are flames. Not the floating candles. These come from torches, set low, at ankle height, lining the walls inside the hall. Each one flickers white-blue, like winter fire. The doors are ajar. You slip through. There are no teachers. No students. But you're not alone. Figures move slowly between the tables. Tall. Robed. Older students, you think, but no house colors show. No faces are clear. Just the sound of steps on stone and the hush of breath like wind through teeth. At the head of the room is a circle of unlit candles. You recognize it. The spiral pattern. From the dueling courtyard. You are not invited forward. You watch from the doorway. The flame at the center of the spiral lights itself. One by one, the others join it. A fire with no fuel. A ritual with no voice. You step back. A figure turns to you. Their face is shadowed, but their wand is drawn, not in threat, but in greeting. They raise it. Trace a slow symbol in the air. Your rune. But upside down. Then they nod. And the flames vanish. The room is dark again. The silence that follows is heavier than sound. You turn, heart fluttering not with fear but with knowing. You return to your dormitory slower this time. The rune above your bed pulses again. Not in color. In temperature. The air beneath it is warm. You sleep curled away from it, breath shallow, chest humming with leftover fire. And in your dream, you walk between tables lit only by runes. Every face in the room turns as you pass. But no one speaks. You wake with the taste of ash on your tongue. Not smoke. Not fire. Just the feeling of something burned long ago, and the quiet left in its place. You don't open your eyes at first. You lie still, listening. The sounds of morning are all wrong. No rustling robes. No clinking dishes from the corridor. No laughter echoing off the stairs. Just your own breath, slow and careful. When you sit up, the rune above your bed is gone. Not faded. Gone. There's a shadow where it used to be, a patch of stone slightly darker, as if the magic had soaked in and taken the shape with it. You touch it once, expecting warmth or a pulse. It's cool. Still. The common room is quiet, fire already burning low, embers curling gently at the base of the grate. A single book sits on the table nearest the hearth. Not yours. Not anyone's. It wasn't there last night. You don't open it. You leave. The corridor feels narrow today. As if the walls lean toward one another when you pass. You walk faster, then slower, then stop altogether when the shadows shift wrong just around the bend. There's no sound, but you hear it anyway, a pressure at your ears, like someone whispering behind glass. You say nothing. The library is warmer than the hallways. A small mercy. The air smells of ink, worn leather, and something floral beneath it, like pressed violets buried between pages. You walk without knowing where you're going. You often do. Madam Pince watches you from the far desk. Her eyes follow you like they know where you're headed. You don't meet them. You nod. She doesn't nod back. You end up near the back, too close to the restricted section, but not enough to be scolded. The shelves here are older, dustier. You don't pick a book so much as one picks you. It's thin, wrapped in brown cloth, corners fraying slightly, the binding soft from being held often. The title shimmers faintly on the spine. You can't read it. It's not in English. But when you touch it, the words shift, bend, like light on water, and spell something else. Your name. You drop the book. It doesn't fall. It hovers for a breath, then drifts downward as if reluctant to land. You kneel and pick it up again. The title is blank now. You open it. Inside, a chapter list. Only one chapter. Chapter 1, The Quiet Flame. You haven't written it. You haven't told it. But it's there. The words flicker in place. When you turn the page, the text dissolves, reforms into something else. You read 3 lines. Then the ink fades. You flip back. The table of contents now reads, Chapter 2, The One Who Watched. You stare at it until the parchment begins to blur. When you look up, Madam Pince is gone. The whole aisle is empty. Your breath sounds too loud. You shut the book and cradle it against your chest like something fragile. But when you return it to the shelf, it won't stay. You place it. Step back. It's in your hands again. You don't take it. But you keep it anyway. That night, in your dormitory, the rune has not returned. But a shape curls in the condensation on your window, a spiral, faint and melting. The book lies on your desk. Closed. You don't open it again. But you hear it shifting softly in the dark. Turning pages. Waiting for your next breath. The night stretches too long. You turn in your bed 3 times before sleep even considers you. The blanket is heavy and strangely warm, though the air around you feels sharp, touched with frost. The fire in the common room has long since guttered, and the windows fog at the corners like breath that never quite leaves. You lie there, watching the shadow on the ceiling where the rune used to glow. And then, you hear it. At first, you think it's water. A drip. A trickle. But it grows. Not louder, not exactly, just closer. Closer in the way a memory can be. In the way a breath on the back of your neck feels when no one is there. The sound comes from the walls. No, from the pipes. You slip from bed. Bare feet. Cold floor. The stone gives no comfort. But you follow the sound anyway, like you always do. Past the sleeping trunks and still beds. Down the spiral stair that leads to the common room. The coals in the grate pulse faintly, as if stirred by your presence. You don't stop. The sound is clearer now. Not words. Not song. Something in between. Humming. No melody you recognize. It rises and falls like waves lapping at a distant shore. The pipes near the far wall murmur with it. You kneel beside them. Listen. You expect metal, echo, water. But what you hear is breath. Low and constant. And then, a phrase. Not English. Not Latin. But meaning curls in your mind like smoke curling around a candle. We are here. 3 words. whispered in breath, not voice. Spoken in a tone that sounds less like speech and more like stone sliding against stone. You lean closer. The pipe warms under your palm. Something pulses there, slow and deliberate, like a second heartbeat. You whisper back. Just a sound. Just a breath. Not even a word. The pipe stills. You wait. Silence blooms. You return to bed. The room is unchanged. The window still fogged. But your pillow feels colder now. As if something once lay there and left. The book on your desk has moved half an inch. Its cover is open, barely. You close it without looking. In the morning, you wake to find your pillow damp. Not from sweat. From condensation. The faint imprint of a rune, new, unfamiliar, pressed into the fabric. It fades as you sit up. You touch the pipe again before breakfast. It hums. Nothing more. The great hall smells of cinnamon today. Porridge and toasted oats and warm rolls that flake at the touch. Your hands shake when you eat. Not from fear. From something else. From knowing. From being known. You barely hear your classmates chattering. Someone talks about Quidditch practice. Someone else grumbles about their transfiguration essay. You nod when required. You smile when expected. But to study. To rest. To pretend to be an ordinary student who does not wake with runes on their pillow and hear voices in the pipes. But your feet do not follow those intentions. They take you higher. Up staircases that pause for you, tilt slightly in your favor. Past portraits who glance at one another but do not speak. One of them, the lady in blue near the 5th floor landing, presses a finger to her lips and fades entirely into paint. You know you are not supposed to be here. You know it with the clarity that magic sometimes brings, quiet and absolute. But still you go. The astronomy tower waits. Not the top, not the observatory. Lower. Older. There is a landing most students forget, just below the main platform. It isn't locked, only ignored. The door opens at your touch. The hinges do not creak. The air beyond is still, holding its breath. Inside, it's nearly dark. But not empty. The room is stone. Bare. Except for a circle of candles on the floor, unlit. And the students gathered around them. Older. Robed. Faces cast in shadow. They do not acknowledge you. They do not stop you. You understand at once, this is not a lesson. This is not a club. This is something else. The door closes behind you. No one speaks. Then one of them, tall, with a glint of silver at their wrist, draws their wand. No words. They raise it above the center of the circle and let a single drop of wax fall from its tip. And the flame appears. It rises slow. Blue, not orange. No heat. No smoke. A whisper, shaped like light. It hovers in the air above the candles, trembling slightly. Each student in the circle lifts their wand and touches the edge of their flame. The light dims at their touch, not brighter, just steadier. More anchored. One of them turns to you. Not a face you know. Not a name you've heard. They don't speak. They nod once. You step forward. Not into the circle. Just beside it. The flame turns toward you. Not like fire blown by wind, but like a creature watching with interest. Your rune pulses against your wrist. Faintly, the center of the flame bends, ever so slightly, toward it. You feel seen. Not chosen. Not claimed. But recognized. And that is more powerful than either. A bell sounds in the distance. Low and distant. It breaks the moment. Each wand lowers. The flame flickers, shudders, and vanishes. The students rise. One brushes past you gently, their sleeve brushing your hand. No words. But something cool and heavy is slipped into your palm. A stone. Black. Flat. With a mark carved shallowly into it. Not your rune. But close. You leave without being asked to. The castle is quiet as you return. Quieter than it should be. In your dormitory, you place the stone beside your bed. The rune above your pillow does not return. But you dream again. This time, not of voices. Of flame. Of something watching from within it. And something waiting, just behind. The morning light breaks differently now. It filters through the castle windows not like day beginning, but like memory returning, slow, faded at the edges, and slightly out of time. You wake not with a start, but with a deep, hollow calm. Your body feels rested. Your mind does not. You sit up slowly. The black stone from the ritual is still beside your pillow. It hasn't moved. But there's a mark on it now, a soft shimmer across the carved rune, like breath caught under ice. You tuck it away before anyone wakes. Classes resume, as they always do. Time, even at Hogwarts, does not wait. Your first lesson of the day is with Professor Flitwick again, charms, though he calls it elemental theory now. A new unit. A new understanding. He meets the class with his usual chirp, his robe sleeves too long for his gestures, his energy soft but focused. There's something different in him today, though. A subtle weight behind his words, as though he's finally opening a drawer he usually keeps locked. Today, he says, we'll begin working with fire. Not fire for heat. Not fire for light. But fire as will. He explains that elemental magic isn't about control, it's about negotiation. Fire does not obey. It responds. And it remembers. He demonstrates with a flick of his wand. A flame leaps to life, hangs in midair, then shifts color, not from charm, not from spell, but from his intention. Blue, then green. Then pale silver, flickering like starlight. It flares for a moment, then gently folds in on itself and vanishes. You try. Your first spell sparks, then sputters. Your second fizzles out midair. On the third attempt, the flame arrives, small and orange, typical. But as you focus, something shifts. You don't cast another spell. You just look. And the flame bends. Not toward your wand. Toward your hand. It flares blue. Then violet. Then deep crimson at the edges. You don't feel heat. Only weight. Like something aware pressing against you through the firelight. Professor Flitwick watches quietly. He does not interrupt. But when the flame finally blinks out, he says only this. Some magic knows its caster. You write down the words without thinking. Later, when you look, the ink has faded to silver. The rest of the day feels pale in comparison. Even lunch, rich with roasted vegetables and stewed apples, tastes like paper. The halls feel smaller. The castle less vast. You can't shake the image of the flame shifting at your will. Not because of spell work. Because of something else. That evening, the black stone hums. Not loud. Not insistent. Just a soft, steady pulse. You hold it in your hand and it warms. The rune glows faintly. You place it on your desk, watch it flicker. Then dim. You reach for your book, the one that follows you. The one with your name that changes its chapters when you breathe too deeply near it. You open it. The title reads, Chapter 3, When Flame Speaks First. You stare. You do not read further. You blow out the candle on your nightstand. But the light doesn't die immediately. It holds, just for a breath, then fades. And in the dark, you think you hear a whisper. Not in the room. Not in the pipes. In the flame's memory. Calling your name not as it is, but as it was once, when magic first knew it. The next morning tastes of winter. Even in the thick-walled warmth of the dormitory, the chill has crept in, not the kind that clings to your skin, but the kind that tugs at your thoughts, that makes everything quieter. The castle seems to breathe slower today. As if waiting. You wake before the others. You're beginning to make a habit of it. The black stone lies on your desk now. You placed it there last night, and it hasn't moved. But when you glance toward it today, something's different. The rune has changed. Not entirely. Its core remains, the same carved arc, the same gentle spiral, but something new branches off from it. A mirrored curve. A slivered line. Like a reply written into the same sentence. You don't know what it means. But you recognize its feeling. Recognition. Response. A rune speaking back. You trace the new line with your fingertip. And for a moment, just one moment, the edge of the stone warms. You say nothing. Breakfast is brief. Your hands shake slightly when you pour the tea. No one comments. A fourth year down the table is explaining how Peeves exploded an inkpot in history of magic. Someone laughs too loud. It all sounds very far away. You spend most of the morning with a quill in your hand, but the ink won't sit still on the page. In Transfiguration, your notes bleed slightly into one another, as if the paper is softening from within. Your sketch of the new rune warps when you draw it, curling at the edges, resisting finality. By afternoon, the whisper beneath your skin grows louder. You go to the library again. You don't ask permission. You find yourself in the same row. The shelf that gave you the book once before. It looks unremarkable, dusty, uneven, but you know the rhythm of the air here. You can feel the breath in the cracks of the wood. You reach for a book at random. It shifts when you touch it. You don't open it. You place it on the floor. Then, without thinking, you remove a slip of parchment from your sleeve. One you've been keeping, one marked with the original rune. You press it against the stone floor and wait. The lines shimmer. Not brightly. Not like light. Like memory. Like something half returned. The stone warms. A single letter, no language you know, etches itself faintly into the page. Not in ink. In pressure. A new rune. This one curves differently. It mirrors the one that appeared on your black stone this morning. But now it belongs to you. You copy it. You don't speak it aloud. You know better than that. But you understand it. In some strange, aching way, you understand it. Not as a word. As a promise. Something old has answered. Not with a voice. Not yet. But with presence. As you rise to leave, the book on the shelf slides back into place with a sound like a held breath. That night, the stone on your desk pulses once. And then, so softly it could have been a dream, the rune on your skin, the one drawn weeks ago, from the beginning, glows just faintly at its edge. A new mark has joined it. A reply. A companion. You fall asleep holding the parchment. And in the dark, something watches. Not from the shadows. From beneath. From the stone. From the place where runes live before they're written. There are things you remember about your life before Hogwarts. Sounds, mostly. The rustle of mail through a front door slot. The creak of old cupboards. the slow drawl of a clock hand turning through a sleepy afternoon. But the memories feel thin now. Stretched. You haven't written home. Not really. You thought about it the first week, when the dream of Hogwarts still hadn't completely folded itself around your ribs. When the bedsheet still smelled faintly of starch instead of secrets. When you still thought this might be a place you'd grow out of, not into. But today, you try. You sit down in the common room with your parchment smoothed flat and your quill sharpened to an eager point. The fire crackles behind you. A few students chatter in the corner, not noticing the way your ink bottle hovers just an inch too high above your desk before you set it down. You write slowly. You don't say everything. You write about classes, potions, transfiguration. You mention the library, carefully. You don't write about the rune, or the flame, or the book with your name inside. You don't say anything about the way the pipes whisper or the way your dreams remember voices your waking mind has never heard. But you write enough to feel something lift, just slightly, from your chest. You sign your name at the bottom. You wait until after dinner to send it. The owlery is colder than the rest of the castle, its windows thrown open to the wind, its rafters heavy with movement. Wings flutter as you enter. Eyes glow in the rafters. You call your owl softly, not one that you own, but one that seems to answer you anyway. A grey one, mottled like fog over stone. You tie the letter carefully. Whisper the name of the recipient. Watch the bird vanish into the deepening dark. Then you wait. And wait. A full day. 2. On the third morning, something odd happens. You find your parchment again. Folded neatly on your desk, tucked beneath the black stone. It has no creases. No seal. Just your handwriting, still legible, still poised, and entirely untouched. You open it. The words are there. Then they vanish. One by one, like sand swept from glass. The page is blank before you finish reading. You don't understand. But the rune on your wrist pulses once. Not bright. Not warm. Just aware. That night, you try again. You write a different letter. This time addressed to no one. Not family. Not friend. You address it to the one who knows. You write the date and a line about the flame. The mark. The watching room. You tie it again. Send it. 3 more days pass. Nothing returns. But the next time you open your book, the book that knows your name, there's a new chapter waiting. Not listed in the table of contents. Not written in ink. Just there, humming softly beneath the page like a shadow behind silk. Its title, What You Did Not Write. You close the book carefully. Place it beside the stone. And do not sleep. You stare into the ceiling's quiet dark, waiting not for dreams, but for answers. None come. But the silence hums louder than ever. And it does not lie. It's not the sort of day anyone will remember. Not the sort that makes the enchanted ceiling turn storms into pageantry, or causes the portraits to mutter louder than usual. The castle is grey in mood and weather. The fog hasn't lifted since before dawn. It seeps between the stones like slow breath, softening every sound. Classes pass without comment. You move through the hours like a ghost in your own skin, seen, if barely. You answer when asked. You cast when prompted. You hold your parchment still when the quill tries to wander. Even the whispers in the pipe seem drowsy today, reduced to a low thrum, present, but not pressing. It's in the courtyard, after your last lesson, where it happens. You're meant to be walking with another student, one of the quieter Ravenclaws, the one who studies runes in the margins of his textbooks. But he pauses at the archway leading out to the dueling yard, as if his path has suddenly ended. His gaze drops behind you. And you feel it. Someone is watching. You turn slowly. At first, you think he might be another professor. Tall. Sharp. Robed in black and grey, edges too precise. But he does not wear the Hogwarts crest. And his eyes, icy, pale, sunken beneath their line, do not belong to any familiar face. He says nothing. But his gaze doesn't leave yours. The cold reaches you in a sudden wave, as if the air between you has stopped moving. There's nothing dramatic, no shift in the ground, no burst of magic. But your rune itches. It itches the way a wound does, long after it should have healed. The man walks past, never breaking eye contact. You don't breathe until he's gone. The Ravenclaw beside you finally speaks. "That was Karkaroff," he says, hushed. "From Durmstrang." The name is unfamiliar. The weight is not. He used to come here. Before. During the war. Or after it. I'm not sure. You glance down at your wrist. The rune has faded slightly, but the skin beneath it feels warmer now. As if something beneath the surface has stirred, listening. You say nothing. Later that evening, during dueling practice, the instructor from before is absent. The courtyard is colder. The sky hangs lower. You practice spells with another student. An older Slytherin who corrects your stance but doesn't mock you for it. You're faster now. More precise. The spells leave your wand-like breath, smooth and natural. But you can't shake the memory of those eyes. Watching. Not with curiosity. With recognition. Back in your dormitory, the stone on your desk is darker than before. Not shadowed. Just still. The book remains shut. But you open it anyway. There's no new chapter. No name. No words. Just a blank page. But when you tilt it toward the candlelight, you see it. The faint outline of a face. Inked not with pigment, but with pressure. Like something imprinted the memory of its own attention into the page. And there, in the bottom right corner, a mark. Not your rune, but one that rhymes with it. You sleep poorly that night. And when you wake, the page is blank again. As if he'd never come. But your body remembers. And your rune is no longer alone. Some things you don't plan. Some places you reach only by getting lost. That's how it begins today, and not with intention, but with silence and a wrong turn. You're meant to go to the infirmary. Not because you're ill, but because you offered to walk another student there, a first year from Hufflepuff who tripped during charms and scraped his hand badly. You guide him there gently, wait until Madame Pomfrey emerges, and once she thanks you, you turn to leave. Only the hallway feels strange. You take the wrong corridor. You know it instantly, but you keep walking anyway. It should have bent left. It bends down. The air changes. Drier. Older. The stone is different here, and not just in shape, but in color. Darker. Colder. Not from lack of light, but from memory. This stone remembers something. And it does not welcome lightly. You descend 2 small flights, your shoes echoing too loudly, until the corridor ends in a small, domed room. The walls hum. Not audibly. Not physically. But in that place just behind thought. The place where your rune has started to live. In the center of the floor is a metal grate. Not iron. Not brass. Something older. It's not locked. You kneel, hand extended, not sure why. The rune on your wrist pulses once, not warm this time, cool. A soft, magnetic cold. Like the stillness just before the rain hits your skin. Your fingers brush the grate. It opens. Not dramatically. Not even with sound. It simply shifts. And beneath it, stone steps. You should not go. You go. The air grows heavier with each step. Dust clings not to your skin, but to your breath. The light dims in gradients, as if you are descending through memory itself. At the base, a door. Not made of wood. Not made of anything you recognize. It pulses. Not like a heartbeat. Like breath. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. Pause. Your rune glows slightly as you step toward it. The door doesn't open. It acknowledges you. That's all. The breath beneath the stone tightens once. Holds. And then releases. You hear nothing. But you feel it. A thought, not your own. A wordless shape, pressed gently into your mind like a thumbprint into wax. Not a threat. Not a warning. An invitation. You turn. You do not open the door. Not yet. The way back is shorter than it should be. The stairs feel fewer. The shadows less thick. You return to the corridor behind the infirmary, blinking into candlelight. No one notices your absence. But when you return to your dormitory, something has changed. Your bed is untouched. But your desk, the black stone is missing. In its place, a folded square of parchment. Unmarked. You unfold it. One word. No ink. Just pressure. Soon. You don't sleep right away. You lie back against the pillows, the rune above your bed flickering faintly to life again. And for the first time, you hear it breathe in time with yours. It begins with fog. Not thick enough to obscure, just enough to blur. The kind that softens the edges of towers, that dulls the stone underfoot, that makes footsteps sound like memories. You leave the common room without knowing why. You aren't late for class. You aren't due anywhere. But something draws you down, through the archways and torchlit passages, until you reach the covered bridge just beyond the courtyard. The wind here is sharper. It tastes faintly of iron and ash. You're not alone. There's someone already there. They sit at the edge of the bridge, legs pulled up, gaze fixed on the distant hills beyond the forest. They don't look at you. But they don't leave either. You sit a short distance away. The silence stretches between you, but it isn't uncomfortable. It's not the kind CE. They reach into their pocket and pull out something small, a shard of stone, etched with a mark not unlike your own. Different pattern. Same language. It started before I even got here, they say, still not meeting your eyes. On the train. I thought it was nerves. Then I found the crack in the wall near the charms corridor. The one that breathes when no one's around. You nod again. They finally look at you. Their eyes are tired, but not unkind. They carry the look of someone who's been hearing too much for too long, and has only just found proof they weren't imagining it. You say nothing. You don't need to. The wind shifts. Between you, the mist thickens for a breath, then parts. And for a moment, only a moment, you both see it, something in the air. A shimmer. A ribbon of runes curling through the fog like ink in water. It doesn't linger. But it was there. You both saw it. You both know. They smile faintly. Then reach down, pick up a flat stone from the base of the railing, and pass it to you without ceremony. You take it. It's cold. Smooth. Unmarked. But it hums. Not like your rune. Like theirs. Still silent, you both sit for a while longer. No words. No names. But something tethered now between you. Something understood. Later, as you walk back alone, you slide the stone into your pocket. Your rune pulses once. Not in warning. In welcome. Evening comes soft as ash. The day fades not with noise, but with the kind of quiet that thickens between footsteps. The halls have emptied sooner than usual. Most students are in the common rooms or tucked behind the glow of oil lamps in the library. You find yourself drifting, not with purpose, but with presence. As if your feet remember something your mind has not yet caught up to. You pass the statue near the north wing stair. The one with its hands clasped too tightly, its eyes watching the back of your neck when you turn away. You ignore it, as you always do. The rune on your wrist hums low, not warning, not calling. Just aware. You take the hall that no one else uses. The one where the floor tiles are uneven and the wall sconces burn with a slightly blue flame. You know it well now. You walk it often. It feels like it belongs to you, in some way you've never said aloud. Halfway down, someone stands in shadow. You stop. They don't. They simply step forward, a tall student, 6th or 7th year maybe. They wear no house crest. Their robes are different, darker, heavier, edged with a thread that glints like smoldering coals. They don't speak your name. But they do nod. That's enough. Without a word, they gesture for you to follow. You do. Upward, this time. Higher than you've ever gone. Past classrooms no longer used. Past doors sealed by spells you don't yet understand. Until you reach a narrow room lit only by the glow of a single enchanted window. The view outside is stars, nothing else. Just stars, and the breath of winter across glass. The student unclasps the brooch at their shoulder. And from beneath the robe, they draw out a cloak. It unfolds slowly. Dark. Heavy. Not black, not quite. Not brown. Something in between. Like burnt copper, like smoke pressed into fabric. They hold it out toward you. You hesitate. Then step closer. You run your fingers along the edge. It shivers. Not from breeze. From memory. You see images. Not clear. Not sharp. But there. A figure, wearing this same cloak, standing at the foot of the forbidden forest. A door, underground, with a rune glowing softly on its frame. A child's voice, whispering a name you don't yet know you've forgotten. You pull your hand back. The student meets your eyes. Family, they say. Once. Before. Their voice is quiet. Not shy. Just careful. It remembers. All of it. Even when we don't. They fold the cloak again. With reverence. With ritual. You do not ask where it came from. You do not ask how it came to them. You understand that you were meant to see it, but not wear it. Not yet. They press the folded fabric to their chest, then hold out one hand to you. You clasp it. The skin beneath their thumb glows faintly. Not their rune. Yours. Reflected. Mirrored. Just for a moment. Then gone. You walk back alone. The stars outside the castle have shifted slightly. Your footsteps echo more fully now. And in your pocket, the stone from the bridge hums in time with your pulse. You don't dream that night. But your blanket smells faintly of smoke. And when you open your eyes, your rune has faded slightly at the edge. As if something older than you has taken notice. And remembered. The castle leads you there. You don't realize it at first, just a wandering afternoon, a lost staircase, a misheard chime. You follow the noise of students down the hall, but somehow end up alone. The path forks wrong. A tapestry blocks a passage that was open yesterday. A wall moves an inch when you breathe too deeply near it. Eventually, there's only you. And a thin hallway with dust like velvet along its edges. You walk. The torches here are long since unlit. But you see enough. Not with your eyes, at least, not entirely. The shadows guide you. They don't press. They don't call. They just tilt, gently, urging. The hallway ends in a door you've never seen. No handle. Just an arch. Stone inset. It opens for you. The room beyond is empty. Cold. Small. Not silent, though the silence is deep. There's a mirror. Not the mirror of Erist. Not anything the others whisper about in their common rooms. This one is old, cracked along the top edge, flecked with frost at the corners. And it breathes. Not literally. But as you step forward, the air around it seems to thicken. The glass fogs. Not from your breath. From something inside. You don't see your reflection at first. You see light. A pale shimmer. Then color. Then shape. And then your eyes. But not now. You. But younger. Blinking slowly. Behind you in the mirror, a shadow. A figure. Familiar only in feeling. They speak. Not aloud. In thought. And the words appear along the glass, etched in condensation, written by breath not your own. I remember what you forgot. You reach toward the surface. The mirror warms. Flickers. Shifts. Another image. Not you. Someone else. But they wear your rune. Not on the wrist. Over their heart. They speak, but the glass cracks before you hear. The sound is soft. A single chime. Not breaking. Not shattering. Like a teacup placed too firmly on stone. You step back. The rune on your wrist pulses once. Then twice. Then stills. You leave the room without meaning to. The door closes behind you. When you turn back, it's gone. Just a wall. Just a corridor. Just a whisper in your ears that you can't unhear. Back in your room, the book lies unopened. But you know what it would say. A new chapter waits. You don't read it. You lie in bed, the rune humming faintly, your thoughts too loud. And from far below the castle, beneath stairs and bones and buried dreams, you feel it. The mirror hasn't finished speaking. Only paused. History of magic is usually a blur. Professor Bin speaks like the air itself is bored, and the quill in your hand writes half asleep. Names pass through the classroom like wind, unanchored, unloved. The kind of lesson that turns facts to dust and students to stone. But today is different. He's speaking of Hogwarts foundations. You barely hear the beginning, something about early magical conflicts, about the enchantments placed to seal the school from non-magical view. But then he says a phrase. The Blood Freeze era, he calls it. You've never heard it before. He says it without emphasis, as if it matters no more than the century of its occurrence. But the rune on your wrist responds. Faint. Cool. You sit straighter. He mentions names, mostly forgotten. Not founders. Not legends. Just those who came after. Early students, early professors, builders of wards and creators of doorways. Then, he says one name. Just one. Your breath stops. Not because you know it, but because your bones do. It clings to your skin. Lingers behind your teeth. It echoes. You don't write it down. You can't. The ink pulls away from your quill when you try. Professor Binns drones on. The others don't react. One student nearby doodles a flying pig. Another yawns. You sit still. Your wrist burns faintly now. Not pain. Not harm. Like being branded by a memory that isn't fully yours. When class ends, you don't move at once. You rise slowly, walk not toward your next lesson, but out, through the long hall near the greenhouses, where snow has begun to drift gently from the enchanted sky above the cloister. The flakes are heavy. Not wet. Almost dry. They fall slowly, one by one, not touching the ground right away. You sit on the low stone bench at the edge of the courtyard. The world is quiet here. And then, as the snow thickens, something shifts. Your name appears. Not aloud. Not written. Formed. In the snow, just at your feet, as if something brushed a finger across the surface. No other prints. Just letters, delicate and slow, spelling the name Professor Binns had said. But it isn't written as a name. It's written to you. As if spoken. As if remembered. The snow around it stills. You look around. No one. But the air is holding its breath. And you feel something pulling, not with force, not with urgency, but with longing. The wind carries a single word. Not in English. But you understand it anyway. Return. You stand. The name fades. The rune on your wrist pulses once. And from the clouds above, one snowflake lingers too long in the air, drifting, curling, before it lands softly on your shoulder. Warm. You don't brush it off. You let it melt. And that night, your dream is made entirely of names. None of them yours. But all of them waiting for you to speak them back. It isn't scheduled. There's no parchment posted. No announcement in the Great Hall. But the message still finds you, tucked between pages of your Transfiguration textbook. A slip of old paper, folded so precisely it feels deliberate. 3 words written in ink that smells faintly of silver. Come when called. There's no name. But you know where. You go that night. Not early. Not late. The corridors stretch long in the dark, and your footsteps barely echo now. The castle doesn't resist. It's been waiting too. The courtyard is colder than usual. The wind cuts sharp between the stones. Above you, the stars are stretched thin behind veils of cloud. They're already there. A half-circle of students, older than you. Their faces half-shadowed. No smiles. No torches. Just one ring of lanterns arranged in a perfect circle on the ground, flickering with blue fire. You recognize one of them. The tall one. From before. The cloak with fire thread. They nod once. Another student steps forward. 5th year, maybe. Their robes carry a glint you don't recognize, not metal, but something woven. They look at you like they know something about you that you don't. Someone murmurs. Marked. And your hand warms. You look down. Your rune glows faintly across your wrist, not with heat, but with pressure. You step into the circle. No one claps. No one speaks. The older student lifts their wand. You do the same. The duel begins. It is not kind. The spells come fast. Not curses, not dark magic, but tests. A push of force. A flash of light. A thread of wind that slices the hem of your sleeve. You dodge. You parry. You don't win. But you don't break. And when you fall, not hard, not humiliatingly, just enough to taste stone against your palm, your rune erupts. Not with light. With heat. A pulse. A flare. not seen by most. But those in the circle pause. They feel it. The fire-threaded cloak steps forward, lifts you by the wrist, not harsh, just sure. Holds your hand up. Your rune burns in the night air, brighter than it ever has. Then, without a word, it burns through. Into your other wrist. Matching. Mirrored. You stare at it. And feel, not pain. Not pride. Recognition. One of the older students whispers, just loud enough. They've answered. You are helped to your feet. No one cheers. But no one looks away. You are not escorted back. You walk alone. But not alone. The castle feels different now. Not changed. Just attentive. The walls no longer hum. They listen. And in your dormitory, the rune above your bed pulses twice, then vanishes completely. As if the test is over. As if the real work begins now. It arrived in silence, just as you'd expect. No owl, no flicker of magic in the air, not even a rustle on your bedclothes. One moment your desk was empty. The next, there it was. A square of parchment folded cleanly, resting just beneath your black stone, which had reappeared sometime during the night. You didn't touch it at once. You sat with it for nearly an hour, letting the weight of its stillness settle, letting the flicker in your wrist grow stronger. The rune hadn't cooled since the duel. In fact, it felt more present now, as if it had grown deeper under the skin. The marks, there were two now, after all, had stopped glowing, but they hadn't faded. They remained like branded whispers, etched where others couldn't see but where you always could. When you finally unfolded the parchment, the text was unfamiliar, not for its language but for its behavior. The ink wavered faintly, even though there was no draft in the room. The words were shaped in elegant hand, tall, restrained, old. You stared, and as you stared, the sentence changed. Not completely. Not all at once. But gradually, like ice melting to reveal something beneath it. At first, it read, "You are seen." Then, "You are sought." And finally, "We will not lie in silence." You blinked. The ink returned to the original phrase. You folded the note and placed it under your pillow, but the mark it left in your mind did not fade. All day, it followed you. Through charms, where your spell misfired in an unexpected burst of silver threads, and through potions, where Professor Snape paused longer than usual beside your cauldron. He said nothing. But when he moved on, the steam above your draft curled in the shape of a question mark. During History of Magic, you didn't hear Bin speak at all. You stared at your hands. The runes weren't visible unless you called them, but you could feel them now, like pressure beneath the skin. Sometimes they tingled. Sometimes they pulsed. And once, just before class ended, they grew cold. That night, as the castle quieted and the fires dulled to embers, you opened the letter again. You stared at it long enough for your eyes to blur. The ink did not move this time. But on the back of the parchment, something had changed. A new mark had been pressed into the fibers. A rune you didn't recognize. A simple one, sharp-angled and small. You traced it with your finger. And for a moment, the sound of the castle breathing faded completely. Everything held still. Then, soft, almost not there, you heard something behind the walls. Not the pipes. Not the whispers. This time, a voice. Yours. Not as it sounds now. As it once was. As if spoken by someone who remembered it before you were born. You folded the letter again, hand trembling. Not in fear. Not anymore. In understanding. Because something was building now. Quietly, yes. But undeniably. Something older than any name you've ever written. And it had just said yours back. There's a grove beneath Hogwarts. No one tells you that, not in class, not in stories, not even in the whispers that trail through pipes. But you know it the way you know breath, the way you know when someone's watching even before you turn your head. It's not a grove in the way the Forbidden Forest is a forest. It's older than that. And quieter. You find it without meaning to, just past the edge of the Transfiguration corridor where a painting has come loose from its frame. There's a small gap behind the wall, just big enough to slip through, just crooked enough to be missed. No torches light the path beyond. You walk by feel and by instinct, and your footsteps echo differently here, softer, more rounded, like walking over moss. The air grows still. Not stale, but hushed. Alive, but resting. Eventually the tunnel opens into a space that should not exist, at least not underground. Roots twist along the stone, huge and tangled, pressing through the cracks like veins. Not dead. Not even dormant. Breathing. They stretch from ceiling to floor, pale and luminous in the absence of light. And in the center of the chamber, a stump. Wide. Hollow. Smoothed by time. It hums the same way your rune does when you're dreaming. You approach slowly. On the walls around the roots are carvings. Deep, hand-worn, some half erased by the years. Not words. Not fully. Just runes, spiraling, layering, overlapping in ways no textbook ever showed. The one you carry on your wrist is there, twice. Once scratched faintly near the floor. Once carved more deeply into a root that rises over the stump like a crown. You kneel. Not because you mean to. Because you must. And as you reach out to trace your rune in the bark, the wood responds, not moving, not shifting, but acknowledging. The temperature of the air changes. A breath of wind, not wind. Memory. Flowing from the stump, up through your arms, into your chest. You see flashes. One trees, rows of them, long before the castle stood. The roots stretching far beneath what would become the dungeons. A circle of witches, none of them named, all of them marking the stones with runes lit from within. A fire that does not burn. A child standing before the stump with an empty wand, waiting for it to speak. You see yourself. Not clearly. Not now. But there. And the roots, so slow, so ancient, respond to your presence the way vines reach for light. They stretch slightly, curling at their ends, not touching you but listening. You place your hand on the stump. The rune on your wrist burns, not painfully. Brightly. And for the first time, the hum turns into a sound. One word. Spoken not aloud, not in your ear, but through you. Return. Then silence again. But not absence. You rise slowly, the edges of your vision flickering faintly. The roots calm. The air cools. You make your way back through the passage, heart steady, head quiet. And when you finally reach your room, the book that bears your name lies open on your desk. You didn't leave it that way. The page shows no words, just a single spiral rune. Your rune. But grown. Evolved. Laced with roots curling outward in every direction. It does not pulse. It waits. And you understand now, the castle was not built on magic. It was grown through it. And it remembers every hand that touched the soil. Even yours. There are nights at Hogwarts that don't belong to the calendar. They don't carry names. They aren't written into class schedules or announced at mealtimes. But when they arrive, the castle feels it. So do you. You feel it now, in the ache behind your eyes and in the tension in your fingertips. Something is shifting in the old walls. Something is preparing. It begins at dusk. The sky turns to polished silver. The wind. Where the warmth of the hearth brushes your ankles. down the side corridor where the suit of armor has gone missing, just for tonight. Through the arch behind the tapestry of Morgana binding the storm. The room you reach is not one you've seen before. It opens at your presence, like an inhale. Inside, the walls are covered in old maps. Celestial lines carved into plaster, constellations layered over faded diagrams of ley lines and wand movements. There is no furniture. No torches. Only a low bowl at the center of the stone floor, filled with still, dark water. The ceiling above it is glass. Or something like it. Transparent. Cold. You can see the sky. And the sky sees you. You step forward, instinct holding your hand tighter than logic. You kneel. Your rune flares to life. Above, the stars ripple. Not twinkle. Not flicker. Ripple. Like light beneath the surface of water. Then you hear the sound. Not a voice. Not song. Something between. The kind of sound that isn't heard with ears. But with the body. It says only one thing. Your name. And then, the bowl at your feet begins to glow. Not from fire. From reflection. The sky above has begun to bleed light, not gold, not blue, but that strange, impossible green that comes when the world is both ending and beginning. The aurora. Midwinter's binding. It rolls across the heavens, delicate as breath, silent as truth. And in that moment, you understand something you hadn't until now. The castle is not only alive. It is listening. And tonight, it is listening to you. You lift your hand. Your rune pulses once. The aurora bends, just slightly. Toward you. Then, as quickly as it came, the light folds back into the stars. The bowl dims. The silence returns. But not emptiness. The maps on the walls now glow faintly. One mark, in particular, drawn over what would be your dormitory, flickers with the shape of your rune, tucked into a spiral of ley lines like a seed in a nest. You rise slowly, your legs weak but steady. You leave the room. The door closes behind you. And when you turn to look again, it's gone. Back in your bed, the ceiling is silent. But when you close your eyes, you see the aurora again. And in your bones, something is no longer waiting. It has bound. There's a corridor on the second floor that you never meant to walk twice. It leads nowhere, as far as you've been told, a dead end lined with warped portraits and strange echoes, the kind of place students pass quickly without knowing why. The air there tastes a little metallic. The light leans blue, even when the torches burn yellow. You stumbled through it once before. You don't remember when. But your feet return now, almost of their own accord. It's evening. The castle is quiet, but not still. The windows are fogged, and the snow outside falls in gentle, endless threads. You've come from the library, but you've left the books behind. The mark on your wrist has been warm all afternoon. Not burning, no, not anymore. But drawn, as if called by something unseen. You reach the end of the corridor slowly. The paintings are old here. Most are cracked. Faded. Some are empty, their figures long vanished to other frames. But one still holds its occupant. A woman, painted in grayscale, her hair coiled in soft waves around her shoulders. Her dress is elegant, worn with dignity. You've passed her before without noticing. She always looked down. Tonight, she lifts her head. You stop. There's something strange in her eyes, not awareness, not exactly, but a kind of recognition. Not of you. Of your presence. You step closer. Her lips do not move. But her eyes follow you. And then, you see it. A tear, red as rust, slips down her cheek. Not paint. not illusion. Blood. You reach toward the frame, hand trembling, breath shallow. The rune on your wrist pulses. Once. Hard. And the wall behind the portrait seems to shudder. Not the frame. Not the canvas. The stone. The woman closes her eyes. A second tear falls. Then the portrait cracks, from top to bottom, split by a line of quiet, measured force. You stagger back. But the rune burns again, this time not from your wrist, but from the very air. Behind the cracked frame, you hear something move. A shift. A low grind of stone on stone. A door, perhaps. No one else is here. You press your fingers gently against the frame. The portrait doesn't open. But the wall remembers you. There's something beneath it. Not a room. Not a tunnel. A space. Held in place by memory and refusal. A space that knows your name. You step back, your hand shaking. The blood is gone. The crack remains. And the portrait? Empty. She's no longer there. Just the faintest shadow where her eyes once met yours. You return to your room in silence. And when you lie in bed, you dream of red lines painted not in violence, but in grief. Of tears that stain more than canvas. And of a woman who once waited too long to be remembered. You don't plan it. Not really. It's one of those nights where the corridors seem to breathe deeper and the paintings all turn their heads after you pass. Something tugs at you, but not urgent, not threatening, just steady. Like a pull from a memory you haven't made yet. The room waits for you in the East Tower. It's not marked. It's not even locked. But it should be. You know that as you turn the corner and see the door slightly ajar, a thread of light spilling across the cold flagstones. You hesitate only once. Then push it open. It's not what you expect. Karkaroff's chamber is cold, not in temperature, but in presence. Sparse. Empty in the way a place can only be when it's halfway abandoned. The fireplace is dark. The shelves are bare except for a few books wrapped in cloth. The air carries a bitter scent, like cloves and ink and something older. You step inside, quiet as thought. The rune on your wrist does not glow. But it listens. You move toward the desk. It's large, carved of something heavy and black-veined, the kind of wood that creaks even when it doesn't move. There's a drawer slightly ajar. Not open, but left. A message in posture, not in writing. Inside, maps. Not of the school. Not entirely. They show the ground beneath. The lines aren't geographical. They're magical. Swirls and arcs and spines of energy that flow in layers below Hogwarts like rivers beneath mountains. Ley lines. You've heard of them in whispers during lessons too complex for first years. But these? They're annotated. With runes. Some match your wrist. One matches the spiral on your desk, the one the book drew when it first arrived. You trace it with your fingertip. The paper warms slightly. At the center of the largest convergence, someone has drawn a circle. Not in ink. In blood. Faded. Rust dark. But still there. The name beside it is not written in English. But you understand it anyway. Not a person. A place. The chamber beneath breath. You don't speak. You fold the map and slide it back, fingers trembling. In the corner of the drawer is something smaller, a silver disc, etched with two runes you've never seen side by side before. One curves inward. The other points out, like an opening mouth. As you lift it, the torchlight dims. Only slightly. But enough. You slip the disc into your pocket and leave the maps untouched. As you turn to leave, you catch your reflection in the room's narrow window. For a moment, the face looking back at you isn't yours. But it carries your rune. And its eyes are full of ash. You return to the dormitory in silence. The others are asleep. Your book is open on the desk. But this time, the page is blank. As if it, too, is waiting. As if even it does not know what comes next. It returns in silence. One moment your desk is clear. The next, it's there, just as it always was, spine warm against the worn grain of the wood, corners curled slightly like it had been hiding in a place both fireless and deep. You blink once. The book doesn't vanish this time. It waits. You open it slowly, expecting the last page you read. Instead, the book turns itself. The pages flick by, too fast to catch, like wind unraveling a memory. Then it stops. Not on the next chapter. Not on the one after. A new page. New ink. New title. Your name sits alone at the top of the parchment, no decoration, no embellishment, just those same letters you've always carried. Beneath it, a line. Blank. Empty. Waiting. And then, slowly, impossibly, the page begins to write itself. You watch the words form. They don't describe what you've done. They describe what you are doing. Now. The candle flickering beside you. The position of your legs. The breath you just held. The way your hand is trembling, now, now, now. It is a mirror, not of the past, not of the future, but of the moment as it lives. You try to stop moving. Try to hold perfectly still. The next sentence reflects that choice. You whisper something. Anything. A word to break the rhythm. The sentence changes. It includes your voice. You slam the book shut. Your rune flares against your skin, bright and sharp. But the book hums in your hands, not in pain. In recognition. It has never just known you. It's been watching you. Following. Not passively. Recording. But now it's different. Now it's not writing your story. It's speaking it forward. With you. You open it again. One sentence glows. The chapter changes when you do. You feel a ripple through the room, like the walls are exhaling after holding something too long. You don't sleep. You don't dream. You sit awake while the candles gutter low, while the common room grows cold, while the torches in the halls flicker and then die. You sit with the book on your lap. And you begin to wonder, if this is being written, who is reading it? The assignment is ordinary. At least, it's meant to be. Another round of defensive practice. A controlled setting. A corridor just off the main hall, where students take turns standing in front of a trunk. You've heard of boggarts. You've read the section in your book, listened to Hermione Granger summarize it to others 2 tables down in the Great Hall. They take the shape of what you fear most. You're told that laughter weakens them. Lightness dissolves darkness. It sounds simple. But Hogwarts doesn't let things be simple. Not for long. Your name is called last. Professor Quirrell gives you a nervous smile as he gestures toward the trunk. It sits harmlessly at the front of the room, waiting. You glance at the other students. One wiped away tears after seeing a lost parent. Another saw nothing at all, just a blank wall, and that was enough to shake him. You step forward. The room dims slightly. Quirrell steps aside. You raise your wand. The lock clicks. The boggart emerges, quick, fluid, like smoke taking form, and for a moment you expect something. Death. Fire. The woman from the portrait. The broken mirror. But it doesn't form anything visual at all. It just speaks. Your own voice. Not now. Younger. Frightened. It echoes through the room. They won't believe you. The boggart does not take shape. Instead, your voice continues. You're not real. You're just written. The others in the room lean forward, confused. Some laugh, awkwardly, assuming this is a failure of the spell. But you know better. The rune on your wrist is burning again, hot, persistent, not warning, responding. You tighten your grip on your wand. The voice deepens. Everything you remember is just a dream someone left open too long. Then it changes again. Not your voice now. He's the one who spoke from behind the mirror. Return. The air in the room sharpens. Your body moves before you can plan it. Ridiculous, you say, but not loudly. Not for show. The spell strikes the boggart, and for a moment it flails, no shape, no face, just sound unraveling like silk on fire. The laughter doesn't come. But the thing breaks. It folds in on itself and retreats, pulled back into the trunk with a whisper like a page turning. The room exhales. Quirrell claps, shaky and unsure. Well done, he says, but you hear the hesitation in his voice. The students behind you applaud. A few mutter. That was weird. But they forget quickly. You do not. Back in your dormitory, the book is open. Not on the last page. On the next one. You didn't turn it. But it's ready. A new line is already written. The voice is not the fear. You stare at it. And the room around you begins to feel wider. As if something inside the castle has started to uncoil. Something that does not want to scare you. It wants to be heard. The lake has always drawn you. Not the way it draws crowds during the first snow or the spring thaw. Not the way students gather at its edge to gossip or feed crusts to the squid. You go alone. Always. You walk the slope behind the greenhouses until the castle disappears behind the fog of your breath, and the trees hush in respect for something older, slower. Tonight, the moon is low, half drowned in cloud, and the ice on the lake's surface gleams with a dull sheen, not quite solid. You reach the edge of the water, where the frost hasn't touched the stones. You crouch, listening, as if the cold itself might speak. And then you see it. Not clearly at first. Just a shimmer beneath the surface, deep below the ice. You lean closer. There is something moving down there. Not fast. Not circling. Just present. Waiting. You don't run. You remember this feeling. The first time you saw it, it lingered at the edge of sight. A shadow, a shape without context. But now its presence is more certain. It watches not with curiosity, but with recognition. You breathe slowly. The rune on your wrist begins to cool, even as your fingers sting from the air. You press your palm to the surface of the ice. The water doesn't freeze you. It welcomes you. For a brief moment, you see the creature's shape resolve. Larger than human. Slender. Pale. Eyes like shards of moonlight caught in still water. It doesn't approach. But it doesn't leave. Instead, it mimics you. One limb, arm. Fin raises slowly, mirroring your movement. It presses back, just once, against the underside of the ice. And then it vanishes. Not in fear. In promise. You sit back, breath unsteady, the frost clinging to your robes. When you return to the castle, no one notices you've been gone. But later, in your room, you find the window cracked open. You didn't open it. On your pillow is a single droplet of water. And beside it, a symbol drawn in moisture. Not your rune. Not quite. But close. The same rhythm. The same shape. As if the creature beneath the ice had remembered it too. The castle smells of smoke, but nothing is on fire. It's subtle. Less firewood and more scorched parchment, that curl of air that clings just behind old secrets. The kind of scent that wafts from hidden rooms or the folds of worn-out robes. You smell it first near the Great Hall, in the minutes before a Quidditch match lets out. You don't go to the pitch, you never do. But you feel the crowd through the stones. You feel the thrum of hundreds of feet and the roar of magic rising like heat from the stands. You stay inside. You always do. Today, the book on your desk won't open. The pages are warm to the touch, and when you press your hand to the cover, your rune glows, just faintly, through the cloth of your sleeve. You pull back instinctively, but it doesn't hurt. Not yet. Later, as you walk past the third-floor corridor, the forbidden one, the sealed one, you hear something beneath the floorboards. Heavy breathing. Deep and low. It doesn't startle you. You've heard it before. You know it's not meant for you, and yet... The sound draws something from your mark. It answers. Not aloud. Not with magic. With heat. A sharp sting blooms on your wrist like a drop of boiling ink, and you stagger into the wall. The rune on your skin is changing. It doesn't reshape, it deepens. Burns through the skin this time. You press your hand to it, gasping softly. There's no one around. Just portraits pretending to sleep. Suits of armor turning slightly to listen. You glance down. It's no longer only a symbol. It's a message. A second rune has burned itself along your forearm. Not separate. Laced with the first. Spiraled, mirrored, locked. It hurts. But not with pain. It burns with knowing. You stumble to the nearest alcove, teeth clenched, breath shallow. You unwrap the cloth you've kept wrapped around your wrist since the second trial. The skin glows. And you realize this wasn't an accident. This was called. Triggered. Activated. By something nearby. And that's when you feel it. The pulse of warding spells not far from here. Down the corridor. Behind the door with too many locks. The one that Harry Potter passed by weeks ago, his footsteps rushed and unsure. You remember hearing whispers about a dog. About teeth. About a mistake. And now, something inside the warded corridor knows your name. You don't go in. You're not meant to. But your mark does something strange as you step away. It cools instantly. As if rewarded for restraint. You return to your dormitory, trembling. The book is open. It didn't wait for you to touch it. This time, it's not a new chapter. It's a warning. For words, drawn in the handwriting of someone who hasn't yet been born. The fire remembers you. You close the book. And that night, in your dreams, you see a creature with too many eyes beneath the school. But it does not look at Harry. It looks at you. You don't go looking for it. Not this time. You think you're walking toward the owlery, some letter you meant to send, some excuse to be alone in the wind. But your feet forget the way, or perhaps remember something older. You lose track of the turns. The castle hums differently now, half awake, half watching, like it's waiting for something it once buried. You end up back where you thought you'd never return. The mirror room. The door is no longer hidden. It's slightly open, as though someone else has passed through. The cold inside wraps around you as you step over the threshold, not sharp, not hostile. Just present. A presence in the absence. The mirror still stands where it stood before. Its frame is cracked a little further now. The glass clouded around the edges. But it remembers you. You approach without ceremony. Without fear. You kneel. The mirror does not show you your reflection. Instead, it shows the name. Not written. Not whispered. Etched across the inner surface like frost on breath-warmed glass. Grindled. The letters curve and shimmer, almost painful to look at. You know the name. Everyone does. You've heard it spoken in hisses, in history lessons, in the tone that says this name is not for children. But it does not frighten you. Because somehow, you understand. This name was not shown to you. It was shown for you. The mirror pulses. Your rune reacts. The spiral flares, not white, not gold, but something between, like the color of memory just before it slips away. You feel the mark on your wrist heat again, but this time it doesn't burn. It anchors. It holds you steady, like a rope-tied aru. Shadow slips away. Not threatening. Waiting. When you return to your room, the book has flipped ahead. The title of the next chapter reads, The Third Circle. But there's no text beneath it. Just the imprint of your rune, lightly scorched into the page. You close the book and lie back, eyes open. Somewhere in the castle, a staircase moves when no one is near. And something ancient curls closer to waking. The days are shorter now, and the shadows longer. Even the staircases move with less energy, slower somehow, as if the castle is holding its breath. Outside, snow falls in threads so thin they seem to hang in the air like cobwebs. The great hall is dressed for winter, but you haven't looked at the ceiling in days. Not because you're tired of wonder, but because something deeper is pulling your attention downward. It starts with a sound. Not a voice. Not footsteps. A thrum, barely there, like a heartbeat pressed into stone. You hear it one evening after dinner as you pass beneath the arch leading toward the kitchens. You stop. You tilt your head. And you hear it again. Thrum. It isn't in the air. It's beneath it. You follow without question. The halls down here aren't lit by torches. The light comes from cracks in the walls, thin veins of magic like glowing threads. You move by instinct. Past an old tapestry with frayed corners. Through a gap behind a bench no one uses. And finally, through a narrow opening in the wall where you must turn sideways to pass. The chamber is circular. Not a large space. Not grand. Just old. And waiting. The floor is marked with chalk. Not fresh, but still sharp, lines unbroken. The runes are familiar and not. Spirals. Forks. Rings. At the center, one symbol. Your own. Drawn in quiet defiance, surrounded by 3 rings of echoing lines. The third circle. You step inside. No door closes. No wind howls. But the air folds inward around you like a cloak settling over your shoulders. You sit. Not because it's expected. Because it's right. The rune on your wrist pulses once. And the chalk glows faintly, not bright, not showy, just enough to cast soft light on the stone around you. Nothing speaks. But you hear it anyway. You are not the first. You are not the only. But you are here now. And this magic, the kind buried, not taught, is listening. You stay there for a long time. Not meditating. Just being. You begin to understand the difference. And when you finally rise, the lines on the floor dim, but they do not fade. They remember your presence. You return to your dormitory in silence. The book is open on your bed. The chapter heading reads, All things that grow leave shadows. Beneath it, one line in your handwriting, though you never wrote it. The root remembers the hand. It begins with a feather. A real one, not quill, Not charmed, just plain. Pale, pressed flat in the pages of your book when you return from the third circle. You don't know how it got there. You only know the color matches the light of the chalk you left behind. Tucked into the stem of the feather is a sliver of parchment, no bigger than a spell slip. Your rune. Drawn in wax. Beneath it, 3 words. Tonight. Follow silence. That evening, the castle seems to breathe quieter. The hallways aren't empty, but they feel emptier. The suits of armor along the 7th corridor don't turn as you pass. The torches sputter once, then burn low. You walk alone, but you don't feel watched. You reach the dungeons. You follow the cold. There's a hallway you've only passed once, bare stone, no torches, a scent like old parchment and winter water. The corridor ends with a wall. You wait. Then the wall vanishes. Just once. The room beyond is round. Carved stone. No decorations. No echoes. Just a chalked ring on the floor. Newer than the one beneath your dormitory, but drawn in the same hand. There are 6 others already inside, each wearing a smooth silver mask. You recognize none of them. And yet, you feel known. A 7th mask is held out to you by someone standing in the shadows. You take it. It's warm. No one speaks. You step into the ring. The duel begins not with wands, but with stillness. You are meant to feel the opponent first, to sense intent. You do. It crackles in the air like distant lightning. Spells are cast without words. Light curves. Wind bends. One spell misses you and scatters against the far wall in a burst of frost. You reply. Not with something you were taught, but with something the rune shows you. The spell moves like water, silent and coiling, slipping past defenses, ringing softly as it lands. You win. The others say nothing. But they all bow. Even the one you fought. The circle dims. The masks are returned. You don't ask questions. No one does. But as you leave the chamber, a voice, not spoken, but written, blooms in your thoughts. Not yours. Not theirs. Just this. We knew you would come. That night, your book does not open on a new page. It flickers. Then shows your mask. Drawn in ink. Split down the center. And beneath it, your rune. Not unchanged. Not replaced. Evolved. You begin to notice it first in class. Not during the lessons, those remain what they are. Professor Flitwick's incantations, the flick and swish rhythm of charms, the mutterings of students who cannot quite pronounce Wingardium Leviosa. It's not the spells that feel different. It's the gaps between them. The spaces where you're meant to speak a word, and you don't, and the magic still happens. You test it during a quiet hour in an unused classroom. A simple charm, Lumos. You say nothing. The tip of your wand flickers. The light is soft. Not bright. But real. Your rune pulses quietly. Later, you find a book. Old, spine cracked, pages too fragile to move quickly. It's tucked not in the restricted section, but behind a row of untouched volumes in magical theory. Its title is gone. The only writing inside, notes in the margins. Most scratched out. Some underlined 3 times. One phrase repeats. The wandless did not vanish. They were taken. You copy it down. The ink glows faintly. You begin noticing other traces. A stone behind the staircase with no spell engraved, only fingerprints burned into it like molten wax. A window in the east tower that refuses to frost, even in January. A ripple in your reflection in the black lake when you pass, even when the surface is still. And then, in Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall pauses mid-lesson. She's looking at your wand hand. She says nothing, but you know she saw. She lets the moment pass. But later, you find a folded slip of parchment tucked into your book. Her handwriting is precise. Underlined. Do not trust every silence. Some were made to keep things buried. You return to the chalk circle under the dormitory that night. The lines you drew now pulse with memory. You place your hand on the center rune. It warms. And a shape appears. A name. Not yours. But similar. One letter different. A hand that once held no wand. A voice that once said nothing and moved mountains. You sit quietly and wonder what it means to inherit a silence someone once survived. It finds you during breakfast. No one sees it arrive. One moment your plate is empty, the next, a small bundle rests beside your goblet, damp, wrapped in translucent kelp, cool with a wetness that hasn't touched the air above. You glance around. No owls. No messengers. Just the usual morning clatter of toast, jam, chatter. You unwrap it slowly. Inside, a scroll. The parchment is thin. Slightly translucent. The ink doesn't run, but it glistens like it might. There are no words. Only a single drawing. Your rune. But not as it appears on your wrist. This version is softened at the edges. Elongated. Water-worn. Drawn as if seen through the surface of the lake. And beneath it, smaller, almost hidden, a spiral mark you've never seen before. You run your fingers over the ink. It's dry. But your palm comes away damp. You don't show anyone. You don't eat. You leave the hall in silence. Outside, the day is grey, the snow slow to fall. You make your way back to the lake, not in a rush, not with fear, but with recognition. Something placed this scroll not in the air, not through the castle, but from the water itself. You kneel near the edge. The ice has begun to thin. You place your palm, ink-stained and quiet, on the surface. There is no immediate answer. But the rune on your wrist begins to hum. Softly. Like a breath drawn in before speaking. And then, a shape beneath the water. The same creature. Its eyes meet yours again. This time, it brings something with it. Not an object. An echo. You see yourself. Not reflected, not mirrored, but drawn in water lines. A soft sketch across ripples. And beside you in that reflection, two other runes. Different. But circling yours like moons. You blink. They vanish. But the scroll in your hand is heavier now. You unroll it again. The second rune, the spiral, has grown. It's touching yours now. Linking. You press your palm to the parchment once more. It pulses. Your rune brightens, then stills. You pocket the scroll. And return to class. But something deep has changed. Not in the lake. In you. You do not dream that night. But your pillow is damp. And your book has turned a page on its own. The heading? Legacy drawn in current. It begins with a candle. You light it like always, small flame, tip of your wand, a quiet murmur of incendio before bed. But tonight, it flickers. Not because of draft or breath, but because it's listening. You watch the flame. It dances too hard to be still. Too slowly to be wind. Then, without warning, it goes out. No sound. No smoke. Just silence. You wait. Then you hear it. Not from the window. Not the door. From inside the candle. A slow, soft breath. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. You sit up. The dormitory is quiet, your roommate's asleep, the castle hushed, but the flame doesn't return. The wax doesn't cool. You whisper, "Lumos." The tip of your wand glows. And in the halo of that soft light, ashes move. Not much. Just enough. A curl. A twist. A breath drawn deep in a pile of soot. You reach toward it. The ashes shift away from your fingers, just slightly. Not in fear. In memory. They form a pattern. Not a word. A symbol. Your rune. Cracked. Like something broken in fire. You do not touch it. You let it settle. And in the dim wand light, it pulses, once, then fades. The next morning, the hearth in the common room remains cold. Not out of magic. Out of choice. None of the first years can get it to light. Later, in History of Magic, Professor Binns mutters something about the burning rites of Southern Grove Hollow, and you look up. No one else seems to hear the name. But the book in your bag warms against your thigh. That night, when you return to your room, the candle is back. Whole. Unlit. But beside it lies a pinch of white ash. Arranged into the shape of a breath. And you understand. Something watched you burn. And chose not to stop it. Because now it sees what the fire made. There are spells no one speaks. Not because they're illegal. Not because they've been outlawed or tied to blood. But because they don't fit inside language. They don't bend to syllables or wand work. They rest inside objects, waiting. Trapped, coiled, humming like the last note of a song that never had a beginning. You find one by accident. The book, your book, has shifted again. Its spine is darker now, its page is heavier. Not in volume, but in intent. It sits on your desk, already open, like it chose the page while you were away. And there, in the center of the parchment, floats a spell. It does not have a name. No header, no label, no classification. It's not Latin. Not any language you know. The letters are looping, uncaged, twisted like vines in soft soil. And yet, you understand it. Not in your mind. In your bones. It hums when your eyes pass over it, and your rune flares, briefly, not in pain, but in readiness. As if it, too, recognizes what this is. You say nothing at first. You close the book. You pace. You light a candle. It goes out. You sit back down. Then, softly, you speak it. Not loudly. Not experimentally. You just say it. The light in the room disappears. Not just the flame. The glow. The reflection off glass. The softness of moonlight sneaking through curtains. Everything collapses inward. The book slams shut on its own. And in the silence that follows, something listens. Not close. But not far. You feel it in the stone. Something in the castle turns. Adjusts. Receives the message. You are not punished. You are not harmed. But when the light finally returns, dim, flickering, unsure, there is a figure across the room. Not a person. A shape. Drawn in ash on the wall. A figure bent over a circle. Arms open. Wand lowered. The same shape you saw in the dream. In the chalk. In the lake. You recognize it now. It is not casting. It is releasing. You try to call the book back open, but it refuses. The spell is gone. So is the page. But the rune on your wrist now glows slightly through your sleeve. It does not burn. It simply waits. You go because you can't sleep. The castle breathes with the rhythm of slumber, deep, slow, full of echoing sighs and flickering candle stubs. But you are not carried by it. The rune on your wrist has been pulsing all evening, a quiet throb like an echo of a bell no one else hears. It's not calling you. It's welcoming you. You know the difference now. So you walk. Slowly, without cloak, without shoes. Your steps are silent, more suggestion than sound. The stone of the steps is cool beneath your feet as you climb the staircase toward the astronomy tower, where the stars feel near enough to speak. The room is empty. No telescopes tonight. No prefects or professors or telescopes left half adjusted. Only wind. And sky. And stone warmed slightly by the last of the sunset. You settle in the shadow of the parapet, back to the wall, knees pulled close. You fall asleep without knowing. And you dream. But not like before. This time, there is no shifting narrative, no symbolic tangle of image and emotion. This dream is precise. You see Grindled, not as a headline or a myth, but as a boy, perhaps just older than you, standing at the far end of the parapet. He's alone. Pale. Eyes so sharp they almost make the air shimmer. He has no wand. But the sky is moving around him. He lifts his hand, not in a grand gesture, not in drama. And the stars respond. Lines appear between them. Runes. Runes you recognize. Not from books. From your wrist. From the third circle. He begins carving with his fingers, not into the air, not with wand light, but with the breath between stars. Lines of fire appear across the sky, brief, brilliant, then gone. And in their place, after images. Ghosts of spells. Shapes still humming with meaning. You watch, hidden behind time, as he completes the ring. And then he turns. He does not see you. But he looks directly where you are. And he smiles. Not cruel. Not kind. Just knowing. The dream ends not with waking, but with warmth. You open your eyes. You're still in the tower. But someone has placed a folded piece of parchment beside you. You unfold it with trembling fingers. Inside, a single drawing. The same sky. The same ring of runes. Only one is missing. In its place, your rune. Drawn softly, perfectly centered. The dream was not memory. It was invitation. You stand in the quiet dark and look up. The stars do not blink. But they wait. It happens while you are alone in the library, though you are rarely truly alone anymore. The air has started behaving differently around you, pausing slightly when you enter a room, stirring papers that no one touched, dimming candles that don't go out for anyone else. You've begun to sense that the castle is keeping pace with you, not leading, not following, simply adjusting. But today, in the quiet space between two forgotten aisles in the north wing of the library, something finally falters. You had almost forgotten about the storm glass. You found it weeks ago, behind a stack of books on alchemical weather theory, wrapped in an old cloth with someone else's initials stitched into the corner. It was smooth and cool, shaped like a tear, the liquid inside always a soft swirl of silver and frost. You kept it in your satchel, not to study it, but to feel it shift when you pass certain thresholds in the castle, like it knew when something old was nearby. Now, as you run your fingers over its surface without thinking, you feel it heat. Not drastically. Just a flicker. Enough to stop your breath mid-sentence. You draw it from your bag, still seated cross-legged among the books, and turn it gently in your palm. The liquid inside is no longer swirling. It's spinning. Tight. Violent. Like a miniature cyclone trap behind the glass. Then, without warning, it cracks. Not loud. Not sharp. A soft hiss. A line splits down the side of the storm glass, and you feel something leave it. Your ears ring. Your vision blurs, not from pain, not from fear, but from displacement, like gravity tugged sideways. You drop the glass. It rolls once, gently, and comes to rest against a book's spine. You can still hear the hum of the spinning liquid, even though it no longer moves. And then you notice you cannot speak. You try. Mouth open. Chest full of breath. No sound comes. Your rune is glowing through your sleeve again, softly, like a candle behind thick wool. You aren't panicking. Not yet. You try a spell. Sonorous. Nothing. Lumos. Nothing. Not even the tip of your wand reacts. It is not a silencing spell. It's not interference. Something took your voice. Just for now. Just long enough to understand that some objects break on purpose. And when they do, they take something with them. You gather the storm glass carefully, wrap it again, and slide it into your bag. When you leave the library, the torches near the restricted section flicker. One dies. The others lean inward slightly, as if watching you pass. It is late that evening, hours after your voice returns with a dry gasp while you lie in bed, that the book finally opens again. A single sentence is written across the parchment in silver ink. Your voice is louder when you don't use it. And beneath it, the drawing of the storm glass, now whole again, but filled with light. You don't think about the name until it appears again, softly, quietly, as a footnote in an old Transfiguration tome Professor McGonagall left unattended during one of your afternoon detentions. You weren't truly being punished. More like, redirected. She asked you to organize a shelf that didn't need organizing. And left you beside it, alone, where the older volumes whisper more than they teach. One page held a diagram of enchanted architecture, basic rune-sealed foundations, protection glyphs carved into keystones, the usual theoretical constructs of magical buildings. But then your eyes catch a line inked at the bottom, scrawled in different handwriting. Some school. At. Lower. Older. You place your palm to the stone and feel it hum. Not magically. Biologically. The stone is warm. Not from charm work. From something living beneath it. You rise slowly, and for the first time, walk a complete circle along the runes you've traced so many times before. They respond, not with light, not with movement, but with recognition. One line begins to shimmer. It leads to a corner of the chamber, where a stone is missing. Just one. Removed long ago. You kneel and feel a breeze. Not cold. Earth-sweet. You don't crawl through. Not yet. But you press your fingers into the dark and feel something damp and fibrous. Not a root. A wand core. Half-formed. Still growing. You pull back, trembling, not in fear, but awe. This place was not just enchanted. It was planted. Nurtured. Built of living memory. And now? Now it remembers you. That night, the book on your desk does not open to a spell or a page. Just a drawing. Of a tree. But its roots aren't in the soil. They're drawn into the bones of the castle. And at the center, a single rune. Yours. The snow hasn't fallen in 3 days, and yet the lake is whiter than before. The ice no longer shifts beneath the wind. It's gone glass smooth, clear in places where you can see all the way down to shapes that move just slightly too slow to be fish. You don't mean to go outside. It's past curfew. The halls are cold, and the fire in your common room never relit after the ash breathing. But something pulls your steps, not a voice, not a sign, just gravity, like a memory in reverse. You wrap yourself in your cloak and slip through the front courtyard, past the statue that no longer looks away when you pass. The snow is quiet under your feet, untouched. The stars overhead flicker like something brushing past them, just once. You walk without direction, but with certainty. And then you see it. Not through the trees. Not on the hill. But on the lake. Standing perfectly still in the center of the frozen surface. A wolf. Not gray. Not white. Frosted. Not with snow or age, but as if its fur had been carved from rime and kept in moonlight. Its paws do not dent the ice. Its breath curls outward, but no fog comes from its nostrils. It sees you. You know it. You don't move. Neither does it. You recognize that this is not a Patronus. There is no flash of light, no warmth, no protection spell woven around its shape. This is something else. Older than the spell work you've learned. Older than wands. It doesn't blink. And somehow, neither do you. You begin to step forward, just once, careful not to startle. The ice holds your weight. You do not crack it. With each step, the air sharpens. Colder, but clearer. The wolf lowers its head slightly, not a threat. Not submission. Something more like permission. You stop a few meters away, the lake stretching out around you like a mirror waiting to break. It steps forward once. Its paw makes no sound. Your rune pulses, brilliant, sharp, then still. It sees it. You know it sees it. The wolf raises its eyes to yours. And then, just as gently as it arrived, it vanishes. Not in a blink. Not in a shimmer. It melts. Its shape collapses into steam, like frost kissed by flame. You are alone again. But you don't feel watched. You feel accompanied. The air closes back around you as you return to shore, and the snow begins again, light, uncertain. When you get back to your bed, your book is open. No title this time. Just a page filled with soft, hand-drawn fur. And the note. Some companions do not walk beside you. They wait ahead. The air feels thinner today. Not in an alarming way, not like you're suffocating, but as though the castle is pressing inward, shrinking the space between floors, whispering more closely to the stones beneath your feet. You sense it before the invitation even arrives, before the runes on your wrists begin to warm again. Something is waiting. A final echo of the spell work that's threaded itself through your bones since the day you stepped off the train. You don't ask questions when the message comes. You find it tucked beneath your pillow. Not a letter. Just a single line, scratched onto a scrap of birch bark, your rune etched into the top corner and burned faintly along the edge. The circle calls again. Come alone. You know where to go. The lower courtyard, the one beneath the east wing, the place where your first duel played out in biting wind and trembling uncertainty. Only now, the circle doesn't feel like a place of combat. It feels like a space meant for recognition. The snow hasn't touched the stones here. There's no frost, no wind. The courtyard feels paused. You step inside the ring, and feel the breath of old spells settle over your shoulders like a weight you've carried all along. You are not alone. They are not watching from the walls or the balconies. They are part of the space. The castle itself is attending this duel, not to measure your skill, but to measure your balance. Between light and silence. Between wand and will. Between who you were and who the runes are calling forth. You take your stance. No opponent appears. There is only you. And the wind. It moves in slow spirals, tracing the edges of your cloak. You lift your wand. You don't raise it in defense. You don't shout a spell. Instead, you let it lower, tip first, until it brushes the runes beneath your boots. And then something extraordinary happens. The wind doesn't resist. It responds. It curls around your legs, your shoulders, your wrist. Not violent. Not chaotic. It presses into your back like a hand guiding, gentle. You lift your wand again, not by force, but as a continuation of the wind's movement. You cast. No words. No light. Just motion. And the circle beneath you shines. The runes answer back, familiar now, yours and not yours. One spirals open like a flower. Another pulses deep into the stones. Your mark flashes with something close to joy. Then all falls still. No applause. No spectators. Just the echo of your heartbeat in the stones. The duel is over. You have not won. You have become. That night, the castle is quiet in a different way. As if its long-held breath has finally been released. And your book, untouched for days, opens on its own to a blank page. One line writes itself slowly, curling across the parchment like a thread of smoke. Magic is not the duel. Magic is what listens after. You return to the vault not because you seek it, but because it's time. You've passed the hallways without pause for weeks now, letting the chill along that eastern corridor brush your fingertips like a reminder. The stone door that breathes, that pulses slightly like a held-in breath, it has been patient. You haven't pressed your palm to it again since the day it trembled beneath your rune. But today, something shifts in the air as you pass. The door no longer pulses. It leans toward you. The corridor clears itself. No other students appear. Even the paintings in the surrounding walls seem to turn inward, looking elsewhere, feigning sleep. You raise your hand, and for the first time, you feel no resistance. The rune on your wrist glows before contact. And when your palm meets the stone, it sinks. Not deeply. Just enough. A quiet, reluctant yielding. Then the door opens. It doesn't swing, doesn't slide. It folds. Inward. Like light through cloth. And beyond it is no staircase. No descent. Just a corridor. Curved. Alive. The walls here are not carved stone. They are root-veined, smooth, spiraled like the interior of a tree. The glow that lights your path comes not from torches, but from the walls themselves, soft green, warm gold, pulsing faintly in time with your breath. As you walk, your rune dims. Not in retreat, but in deference. You are somewhere sacred now, and the magic you carry bows before it. The path narrows. Then ends. At a shallow basin set into the floor. No runes. No spells. Just water. Clear. Still. You kneel. The water does not reflect your face. It reflects your name. Not written in ink, but formed from root and ripple and the quiet shape of memory. You place your hand in the basin. It is warm. Not heat warm. Womb warm. You feel your pulse in the water. And something pulses back. A soft thrum, the one you've heard since the third circle, the one that's been inside the castle's walls, inside your own heartbeat, all year. Then the water stills. Your hand is dry. And in the center of the basin, burned into the stone beneath the surface, your rune glows softly, joined now by one more. It is not yours. It is older. But it recognizes you. The vault does not close behind you as you leave. It doesn't need to. It remembers. That night, your dreams are silent. But when you wake, the roots in the windowsill have curled into a new shape. One you've seen before. One that looks like an open eye. You aren't trying to find it. The vial was never labeled. It wasn't stored with the others in the shimmering racks inside the hospital wing's back cupboards. You were only there to return a book Madame Pomfrey let you borrow, a dusty old manual on runic healing techniques that you pretended to study for a week while watching the corridor through half-lowered lashes. The cupboard was already slightly open. The vial rested at the very back. Clear. Full of a pearlescent swirl that didn't dance like most memories. This one moved slower, thicker, as though reluctant to be seen. You held it up to the light. No inscription. But as soon as your fingers curled around the neck of the glass, the rune on your wrist flared, and the vial cracked. Not exploded. Just broke. In your hand. The memory spilled upward, not downward. It coiled around your fingers, climbed your wrist, slid into your temple without pause, without warning. And then you saw it. The snow was different in the memory. Thicker. Finer. You stood, not as yourself, but as witness, in a courtyard that no longer existed. The arches were cracked. The walls still bore the crests of families long erased from the tapestry. A child stood in the center of the ring. Not you. But close. Too close. They turned. And the shape of your own rune burned at the base of their neck, just under the skin, too deep to be drawn, etched in bone. Across the circle stood another figure. You knew the back of his coat before the light reached his face. Karkaroff. Not as headmaster. Not as the cold-eyed watcher in the dueling fields. But as a boy. No older than 16. He stepped forward. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't speak. The child across from him fell, no light, no spell, just fell. And when they did, your rune flashed on your own skin, present tense, as though the memory was not memory, but continuity. You gasped, tore backward, and fell out of the memory entirely. You were on the floor. The glass was gone. No shards. No liquid. But half your rune had vanished. Burned away? Hidden? You rushed to the mirror, heart trembling, wrist bare in the glow of evening light. It was still there. Faint. Incomplete. Erased. No matter how hard you try, you can't recall the second half of the memory. It slid from you the moment you woke. But the chill it left behind, like the air after a vanished storm, remains. You know something was taken. And something else was given. You just don't know which is which. That night, your book refuses to open. But across the cover, one word has been scrawled in silver ash. Begin again. You don't know why you returned to the Eastern Wing. There's no class. No summons. The corridors are still. Even Filch and Mrs. Norris are absent, as if the castle has whispered to them that you're not to be interrupted. The light falls differently here now. Not darker, just thinner. Like the castle is squinting at you. You move through the door that folds when you arrive. Not a vault this time. Not roots. Just hallway. Clean. Too quiet. At the end is a wall you've never touched. Flat. Smooth. Blank. But your rune itches. You press your hand to the stone. And then it opens. Not like a secret chamber or a trapdoor or a stairwell that rotates from nowhere. It simply recedes. Stone melts back into itself, revealing a narrow room lit only by a skylight above, dust motes suspended like frozen starlight. And there, along the far wall, carved into a column of slate-like granite, are names. Not in rows. Not organized by year or house. Just spiraled. Starting in the center, winding outward in loops that feel like clockwork and memory stitched into form. Each name is carved in the same hand. Not etched by wand. Carved by touch. You walk slowly. Eye scanning. Your breath catches more than once, not from fear, but recognition. Some of the names are familiar. Whispers from class. Family names spoken in passing. A few, unmistakably, long forgotten. Then you see it. Not hidden. Not highlighted. Just there. Your name. Plainly. Fully. Carved between loops. Not at the outer edge. Not recently added. But nearer the middle. And beside it, your rune. Smaller. Perfectly shaped. Not drawn. Not written. Cat. You kneel before it. The stone is warm. A faint hum, not loud. Not magical. Just old. As if it's been waiting all this time for you to see it, but never needed you to understand it. You run your fingers across the letters of your name. They do not shift. But something in your chest does. Not pain. Not fear. A kind of grief. But not for loss. For belonging. You were always part of this. Long before the train. The wand. The rune. You rise. And the light through the skylight softens. You don't say anything. But the stone hears you. When you leave, the door closes not like stone, but like breath. That night, your book has one note waiting, written like a question. How many names do we have before we answer to one? The wind has changed. Not in direction. In behavior. It no longer brushes past you casually, indifferent. Now it moves around you with intent, like it's waiting for your permission to pass. The castle stone, too, has grown warmer under your feet, not by degrees, but by presence. You've passed the test, though no one said what the test was. You wake early. Not from sound. Not from dreams. From silence. That kind of silence you now recognize as invitation. The sky outside your window is still ink dark. No stars. No moon. Just a soft pale haze hanging over the lake, as if the water has exhaled in its sleep. You know where you're going before your boots touch the floor. The grass around the lake crackles with frost. Not freshly fallen, but clinging, thick, heavy, like lace made of glass. You make your way to the shoreline where the water's edge disappears beneath a veil of mist. The ice is thin now, but solid enough to bear you. You step onto it. You hear nothing but your own pulse. No wind. No birds. Not even the castle's breathing reaches you here. And then, it rises. Not fully. Just enough. The shape you've seen. The creature beneath. Not imagined. Not symbolic. Real. Its head breaks the surface of the lake, not violently, not in fear, but with the slow inevitability of something that has waited too long. Its eyes are not human. But they see. You don't speak. You couldn't, even if you tried. Because it is already speaking. Not with sound. With presence. Its words arrive not in your ears, but under them. What you carry is not yours. The sentence isn't spoken. It's understood. You take a breath. It continues. But it belongs with you now. You kneel. The ice does not crack. The mist tightens around the lake's surface. You ask, silently, the question that has lived in your chest since the first day. Why me? There is no pause. Because you came before. Your body stills. Not from confusion. From confirmation. You knew this. Somehow. And then the creature does something new. It speaks a name. Not yours. But the one carved next to your rune. The one you couldn't pronounce. Until now. It says it. And the rune on your wrist flares. The creature sinks beneath the surface. The mist dissolves. You are alone. But the word echoes in your bones. You don't know what it means yet. Only that you will. When the time is right. That night, you sleep. And for the first time in weeks, the lake doesn't follow you into your dreams. It begins in the smallest of ways. A conversation that pauses as you approach. A glance between two classmates who once shared a table with you at breakfast, now exchanged over your shoulder. Not avoidance, reluctance. Not because you've changed too much, but because you've changed just enough. You start to see it in the way people respond to the air around you. Your footsteps don't echo quite the same way. Spells you cast, even simple ones, bend subtly to your intention. Charms flutter brighter. Transfigurations hold longer. Runes drawn without ink begin to stay. Even professors now take a second glance, not suspicious, just aware. It isn't isolation. It's distance. Like they sense you're standing somewhere slightly adjacent to them now. And perhaps you are. There's a quiet moment in the library where one of your few constant companions, someone who has sat beside you without question, often without words, closes their book, slides it away, and simply says, "When it's done, find me." You don't ask what they mean. You don't need to. There's no tension. No drama. Just an understanding that the path you're on is narrowing. It's not about trust. It's about thresholds. You begin to walk alone more often. The halls are familiar but somehow deeper now, like the magic beneath them is moving closer to the surface. You hear the stones shift more clearly. The paintings nod when you pass, not all, but a few. Old ones. Dusty, cracked, half forgotten. They remember something. Maybe you. In class, you stop speaking as much. Not because you have less to say. Because the words feel heavier. Your presence begins to draw quiet before you enter a room. It's not loneliness. It's gravity. By the time you return to the lower chambers, where the runes still pulse, faint and warm, you are not followed. Not because they do not care. Because they know. The next part is not for them. Not yet. That night, your book turns one final time before sleep. It does not write anything new. Just opens to a page you've seen before. The rune. Your rune. But it has shed a line. Changed shape. Became something else. And beneath it, the echo of a phrase that has lingered since winter. Some companions do not walk beside you. They wait ahead. You wake before dawn. Not with alarm, but with clarity. The castle is silent, pressed deep into its winter bones. The frost on the windows is patterned like old lace, stretched thin and glinting in the early blue dark. Your wrist hums. Not brightly, not urgently. Just a steady warmth. You understand what it wants. What it's ready for. You gather no wand. No cloak. Just the pages of your book, the ones the rune marked, the one. OM the page in a slow, deliberate unraveling. You tear the page out. No part of you resists. You fold it once. Then place it in the bowl. There is no wind here. No sparks. No incantation. But as soon as you let go, a small flame breathes into being. It burns soundlessly. Clean. A spiral of heat rising into the stillness. And the rune. Your rune. Dissolves. Not vanishes. Returns. The fire continues, but does not grow. Instead, the floor begins to glow. The carvings fill with light, not gold, not red. Green. The color of buried roots reaching upward through frost. The tree breathes, and you breathe with it. For the first time in months, the mark on your wrist fades. The skin is smooth, untouched, but you feel no loss. Only alignment. You are not empty. You are part of something wider now. You sit until the flame dies on its own. No ashes remain. Only the faint scent of moss and the feeling of being held. When you rise, the floor is warm beneath your feet. The door opens before you reach it, and the stones you pass seem to lean inward ever so slightly. Not watching. Not waiting. Welcoming. You don't know how long you stood outside that door after the flame went out. The light in the chamber didn't vanish, it simply folded into the walls, quiet as exhale. And the silence that followed wasn't stillness. It was attention. The corridor outside no longer looks quite the same. Not because it's changed, but because you see it now. The archways are softer at their edges, like wood instead of stone. The stairs no longer creak beneath your feet, they flex, just barely, as though they're adjusting to your weight rather than resisting it. As you walk, doors that once refused to budge shift half open before you reach them. The path to the great hall twists subtly, no longer following the straight corridor you remember. You pause, place your palm to the stone wall, and feel a quiet hum rise through your fingers. Not a sound. A pulse. Not from beneath. From within. You take another step, and the stones beneath your boots reshape themselves slightly, just enough to guide your stride, as if they remember how you move. You realize, slowly, the castle is no longer holding you inside. It's moving with you. Not dramatically. Not loudly. But cooperatively. As if, by releasing your rune in the root fire, you stepped into the old language of the place. Not Latin. Not spoken. But felt. You reach the south stairwell, once your greatest frustration, always moving just when you needed it not to, and it's waiting. Perfectly level. Lit at the edges by threads of faint green light. You descend. The portraits on the walls don't speak, but they blink slower now, as though watching something they hadn't expected to see again. One of them, an old witch in a deep blue shawl, presses her finger to her lips as you pass. Not in warning. In blessing. In the library, the restricted section is unguarded. Not abandoned. Just unconcerned. As if it knows the locks would not hold you anymore. And you wouldn't take what you didn't need. You don't enter. You walk past it without pause. The real path is no longer written in books. Upstairs, near the observatory, you find a hall you've never noticed. No lights. No tapestries. Just smooth wall and quiet arch. You place your hand there, and the stone flows away like mist pulling back from a morning field. The space inside is narrow. Spiral. Descending. You follow it. And find yourself in a room shaped like a bell. Nothing in it. Not even dust. Except your rune. Carved into the center of the floor. Not shallow. Not aged. Fresh. You didn't draw it. But something did. You kneel and place your palm to it. You expect a pulse. A hum. Instead, the room breathes in. The ceiling rises. The walls stretch upward, opening like the petals of some ancient stone flower. And the sky, clear and ice blue, spills into the space above you. The castle has opened. Not a secret room. A recognition. You've not taken control. You've been received. For a long while, you just sit there. Under the open sky. Held by walls that remember your name before you ever spoke it. When you leave, the spiral closes softly behind you. You do not hear it lock. It does not need to. It happens quietly. No announcement, no gathering in the Great Hall, no conversation among the staff. He's simply gone. You notice first in class, Professor Snape says nothing, but his tone is more clipped, as though covering something he doesn't want questioned. In the hallways, a few older students speak with unease beneath their breath, not of fear, but of change. Something has shifted. A presence that watched too closely has been pulled away. You don't ask questions aloud. You don't need to. You go to his door. It's unlocked. The chamber is colder than it should be, emptied, but not abandoned. His desk is clear. The shelves that once bristled with scrolls and sealed cabinets now sit clean, polished. The window is cracked open, letting in a soft wind that stirs the edge of a forgotten curtain. The center pine smoke clings to the edges of the room like memory. And on the door's inside panel, burned faintly into the wood, is a single rune. Not carved. Pressed. As though a palm still warm with magic had marked it in the moment just before leaving. You recognize it immediately. You saw it once in the vault, near your own rune, etched deeper into stone than your fingers could reach. Now it's here. Softer. Personal. A farewell. And an answer. You press your hand to it. It doesn't hum. Doesn't glow. But the air shifts. Not forward. Inward. You feel something align inside you, or a thread that was once tangled now gently drawn straight. Karkaroff never told you what he saw when he looked at you. Never revealed what he recognized in the runes, or in your silence, or in the way the castle adjusted when you passed. But this mark tells you everything. He left it behind for you. Not to follow. Not to chase. To continue. You take one step back. Then another. The door closes softly behind you. When you return to the stairwell, the torches there burn slightly greener at their cores. Not changed. Not recast. Just closer. The castle does not mourn. But it remembers. That night, you sleep with your book resting on your chest. It opens once, briefly, in the hour before dawn. And writes one line. Sometimes absence is a form of presence. It begins in silence. Not the charged quiet of winter, not the hush of cold stone and hidden things, but a lighter kind of stillness, the kind that comes when snow has melted into earth and everything is listening forward. You wake with no sound in your ears, no dream fading from your eyes. Just light. Gentle. Golden. Warmed not by fire, but by sun. Real sun. Your dormitory window is cracked open, and for the first time in months, the breeze that slips in is green-scented. Moss, bark, something sweet beneath the ground rising up into the world again. The frost patterns are gone. Your breath no longer clouds the glass. You sit up slowly, and everything feels quietly new. The rune on your wrist is bare. Not gone. But internal now. You feel it the way you feel your own heartbeat, familiar, foundational. Not separate from you anymore. No glow. No hum. Just there. You dress slowly. Not for class, there are no classes today. The castle is holding a pause. You can feel it in the hallways, the staircases that move more gently, the portraits that whisper instead of speak. Even the ghosts pass more lightly, as if they too are remembering how it felt to breathe. You follow no path in particular, just where the light takes you. Eventually, it leads you to the mirror. The cracked one. The one hidden in the forgotten chamber behind the library, the one you found so many months ago, shattered across its center and yet still impossibly aware. You haven't returned in some time. You weren't ready. It wasn't ready. But now, the door is open. And the mirror is whole. Almost. The crack is still there, but it no longer distorts. It threads through the glass like a seam, a fault that has been accepted. A scar that no longer divides. You step in front of it. And it shows you. Not a version of you. Not a hope. Not a memory. You. As you are. Not older, not different. Not chosen. Just known. You stand there a long time. And the mirror does not blink. Does not shift. Because there is no need. The book, the rune, the frost, the breath, the name in stone, all of it led here. To stillness. To clarity. To presence. And as the light shifts through the open window, spilling gold across your shoulders and onto the floor beside you, something rises in your chest, not fear, not pride. Belonging. You step back. The mirror dims. You leave the room. And the castle breathes out with you. The last light is fading now. Not from the sky, but from the windows high in the castle's tallest spires, the ones that rarely open but always glow just a little longer than they should. The corridors have stilled. The roots beneath the stone are quiet again. Your bed is near. But your path is still warm beneath your feet. You've walked further than you realized. From the quiet hum of the train to the frost in the dueling circle. From the crack in the mirror to the whisper in the fire. You open doors no one told you to open. You listen to silences that others ignored. And tonight, you didn't just pass through Hogwarts, you became part of it. The rune doesn't need to shine anymore. You carry its shape in your sleep now. Not as a symbol, but as a seed. Something planted. Something real. So sleep, if you haven't already. If your eyes are heavy, let them fall. The wind outside the window is soft now, just breath, moving through ivy. The castle will hold you until morning. And even then, it will still remember your name. And if you drifted off somewhere in the middle, that's exactly what this story was made for. These chapters weren't written to be finished in one sitting. They're meant to wrap around your breath, carry you into sleep, and wait quietly for your return. But if you're still listening, somewhere between waking and dreaming, then know this, there's more waiting for you. More nights at Hogwarts. More secrets tucked between stones. If you enjoyed this journey, you can find others like it in the Harry Potter Sleep series playlist, linked in the bio or just a short wander through my page. Each one as long and soft and slow burning as this, meant to keep the night calm and the dreams close. And I have to ask, should we keep going? Would you want to return for year 2? A new chapter. A new rune. New halls that shift in the summer heat and a mystery growing just below the castle's surface. If that sounds like a journey worth dreaming, let me know. Your path doesn't end here. It just turns. Before you fully drift off, let's hold one last moment between us, like the last flicker of candlelight before the room goes still. Think back. Can you remember the frost wolf, standing silent on the lake? The storm glass spinning in your hand before it cracked? The rune etched into the vault before you even arrived? All of it is yours now. Not just remembered, but felt. Every whisper you heard, every door that opened only for you, it still lingers in the stone. So if you're awake, even just a little, here's a small enchantment for you to answer. Which forbidden creature did Hagrid secretly try to raise during Harry's first year at Hogwarts? It wasn't exactly legal. Or safe. But it was very Hagrid. Leave your answer if you're still with me. I'll be watching the comments quietly, like a shadow behind a painting, ready to reply with a soft thank you when you do. For now, let the lights dim. Let your body be still. The castle is quiet. You've made it through the year. And whatever comes next, it knows your name. You're still here. I thought you might be. Most have drifted off by now, curled deep into sleep, their mind somewhere between the train and the stars above the astronomy tower. But you stayed. So I suppose I could tell you another quick story. Not a made-up one. Not a bedtime tale shaped from dreams. But a true story. One that happened quietly, behind the scenes of everything you thought you knew. A story that burned hot in a little wooden hut just outside the castle walls, the night a dragon was born. It begins not in Hogwarts, but in the leaky cauldron. Late. Quiet. The pub almost empty. Just the clink of a glass here and there, the glow of floating candles reflected in polished wood, and a figure sitting at the far end of the bar. Hagrid. Not yet deep in the mystery of the Sorcerer's Stone. Not yet wrangling flobberworms for first years. Just Hagrid, sipping mead and rubbing a coin between his fingers like a worry stone. The bartender had gone to the back room. A draft crept under the door. And out of the corner of his eye, Hagrid noticed the man. No footsteps had preceded him. He was just there. Cloaked. But pulled far over his face. His voice, when he finally spoke, was strange, not hissed, not hoarse, but careful. Too careful. He asked questions. Questions Hagrid wasn't used to strangers asking. About magical creatures. About security at Hogwarts. About the kinds of enchantments used to protect very old vaults. And then, the offer. No payment. No trade. Just a gift. Something Hagrid had always wanted. The man reached into his cloak and withdrew it, a dragon egg. Round. Heavy. Dark bronze, veined with faint gold cracks. Hagrid's hands trembled when he took it. He didn't even question it. He didn't ask where it had come from, or why. He just wrapped it carefully in his coat and made his way back through the night, heart pounding faster than his boots could carry him. He lit the fire in his hearth that same evening, cleared space in the grate, and built a bed of warm coals. Then, gently, as if placing a sleeping thing into a cradle, he nestled the egg in the firelight. It twitched once. Just once. And Hagrid smiled. Because even then, he knew. It had already begun. The hut smelled like wood smoke and damp pine the night Hagrid brought the egg home. The fire roared, stoked high with dragon-safe coals he'd fetched from the edge of the forbidden forest, old stones that held heat without flaring too bright. The egg rested there, heavy and still, its cracked shell catching the firelight like polished obsidian. It didn't shimmer like phoenix feather or hum like cursed glass. It simply waited. Hagrid crouched near it, his huge frame folding softly, reverently. The room was silent except for the pop of sap in the firewood. His fingers were blackened with ash, but he didn't care. He watched the egg, blinking slowly, one massive hand hovering just inches away from the curve of it. Every now and then, he would speak, not loudly, but in a low, soothing murmur, as though reciting a lullaby in a language the egg might remember. "Don't you worry now," he whispered. "We'll have ye hatched proper, won't we? Warm and safe. None o' the ministry folk poking at ye." On the table behind him sat a stack of notes, old, dog-eared pages scrawled with references from dragon breeding for pleasure and profit, notes from his correspondence with Charlie Weasley, and diagrams of ridgeback flame ducts and egg timelines. He'd even marked the most delicate page with a curl of red string, incubation spells, non-wand based. Because he didn't want to rush it. He wanted it to feel natural. The egg moved again. Just a tremor, barely noticeable to anyone else, but Hagrid saw it. Felt it. The hair on the back of his neck bristled, not with fear, but recognition. Something inside was listening. Learning his voice. Preparing. The night stretched long. At one point, Fang stirred near the door and let out a quiet whimper, not of fear, but of confusion. There was something in the room now, something not quite awake but very much alive. A presence as old as fire, as wild as sky. Hagrid didn't sleep. He just sat there, nodding softly, arms folded across his knees, eyes glowing in the hearthlight. He would later tell Harry that dragons were misunderstood. Dangerous, yes, but noble. Protective. Misused. And as he watched the coals pulse around the egg, warming it like the heart of a sleeping mountain, he knew he wasn't just raising a creature. He was bringing a secret back into the world. The egg cracked at sunrise. It didn't explode. There was no burst of magic, no thunderclap of light. Just a soft snap, like a branch underfoot in snow, and a shimmer of steam as the shell split open along a thin golden seam. Hagrid was there, of course. He hadn't moved all night. His eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion, but when he saw the first claw push through, his breath caught in his chest like a spell gone still. The hatchling spilled into the firelight in slow, curled movements. First the snout, long and scaled, smoke already coiling from its tiny nostrils. Then a spine tail, twitching. And finally wings, thin, translucent, veined like living parchment, and already trying to stretch. It squeaked. High, sharp, and oddly musical. And Hagrid beamed. "Norbert," he said softly. "That's your name." He didn't know it would later become Norberta, not until Charlie's team in Romania made the correction, years later, after the fire breather had doubled in size and chased 3 handlers into a ravine. But for now, in that little wooden hut filled with smoke and wonder, Norbert was perfect. The dragonling shook itself free of the shell. Its eyes were amber, flecked with dark red. It blinked once, then immediately attempted to bite the fireplace poker. Hagrid roared with laughter, nearly knocking over a stool. "He's hungry. Oh, look at that jaw strength." The hut didn't stay peaceful for long. Norbert was fast. He scrambled across the floor, claws clicking, wings flapping wildly even though he couldn't yet fly. He bit through a bootlace, set the edge of a rug on fire, and burned a hole in one of Hagrid's best oven mitts. When Fang tried to sniff him, Norbert let out a puff of smoke and squealed indignantly, sending the boarhound under the bed with a whimper. But to Hagrid, it was all beautiful. "Look at him go," he murmured. "Brilliant. Just brilliant." Later that day, while Norbert chewed on the corner of a cauldron, Hagrid sat down at his work table, still grinning, and began writing to Charlie. "Got something special," he wrote. "Need advice. Not from the ministry." He didn't say much more, because part of him already knew. This wasn't something the world would understand. And part of him didn't want to give Norbert up. Not yet. Then leaning closer now. The hut is darker tonight, thick with smoke and secrets. Outside, spring wind curls through the trees, but within, something wilder curls around the hearth. This is the night they see it, the dragon, the fire, and the man who loved both too much to hide them. The knock came just after twilight. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, cloaked in nervous excitement, had come to Hagrid's hut expecting another bit of guidance, perhaps about Fluffy, or Nicholas Flamel. But the moment Hagrid cracked open the door, they knew something had changed. The warmth inside wasn't just fire. It was heat, real heat. Thick, stifling, almost shimmering in the air. Smoke trailed from the corners of the hut's rafters. The curtains were drawn, the windows fogged. And over the fire, coiled tightly in a nest of scorched blankets and charred logs, was a creature none of them had expected to see. It wasn't imagined. It wasn't a rumor. It was a dragon. Small, barely longer than Hagrid's forearm. but already fierce. Its wings snapped open when the door creaked, casting shadows on the walls like the bones of some ancient bird. Its tail flicked embers from the hearth. And its gaze, sharp, reptilian, unnervingly intelligent, fell immediately on Harry. "That's a dragon," Hermione whispered, half breathless, half horrified. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid said, chest puffed with pride. Harry stared. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, but it hadn't been this. Norbert wasn't cute. Norbert was real. Too real. And the way the fire bent around him, not quite touching him, but swirling, dancing, obeying, made something in Harry's spine tighten. Ron, ever closer, stepped forward. And Norbert bit him. Just a nip, quick and hot. But it left a red mark that sizzled faintly, and the pain, according to Ron, felt like he'd been touched by a spark from a rogue spell. "He's just teething," Hagrid insisted, fussing. "Ridgebacks are spirited." The rest of the evening was chaos. Norbert refused to settle, scrambling onto Hagrid's table and knocking over 3 ink bottles. He breathed a small gout of flame that blackened the ceiling beams. When Harry reached for a biscuit, Norbert hissed, and the air near his snout wavered like summer heat. Hermione was already drafting a plan by the time they left. She knew it couldn't last. Not with Norbert growing more aggressive by the hour. Not with the smell of singed straw drifting down to the castle. And especially not with the bite mark on Ron's hand already forming a tiny blistered scar. Hagrid waved them off with a grin. Norbert clutched to his chest like a wayward kitten made of bones and brimstone. "He's a handful, but he's mine." They didn't say it out loud. But all three knew. Not for long. They wrapped Norbert in a heavy blanket just after midnight. He did not go quietly. He squirmed, hissed, bit through one of the ropes, and managed to scorch the handle of the crate they tried to put him in. But Hagrid, eyes misty and fingers shaking, soothed him with low, crooning words and a thin slice of raw meat. "You'll be all right, won't ya?" he murmured, nestling the baby dragon among cloth and straw. "Charlie'll take good care o's, yeah. Romania's got plenty o' sky." Harry stood nearby, one hand gripping the edge of the crate, unsure whether to offer comfort or stay out of the moment. Hermione held the note Charlie's friends had sent, short, scrawled, cautious, midnight. Top of the tower. Bring no one. Ron's hand was still bandaged from the bite. He didn't complain. The castle was asleep as they moved. Cloaked beneath the invisibility cloak, Norbert's crate levitating just a few feet above the ground, they made their way up staircases that creaked too loudly, past portraits that stirred but didn't speak. It felt like moving a storm inside a bottle. At the top of the astronomy tower, the wind bit through their robes. Stars glittered above them, and the lake shone silver in the distance, undisturbed. They waited. Then they came. For figures on brooms, dark silhouette against the moonlight. They flew in close, fast and quiet, landing without a word. "Is that it?" one asked, voice muffled beneath a scarf. Harry nodded. The crate was lifted carefully, 2 at the front, 2 at the back. Norbert let out a single, high screech and a puff of smoke. One of the handlers cursed under his breath. "He's got fire already." "Just barely," Ron muttered. "But he bites." They took off seconds later, disappearing over the forest. The crate swung once beneath the lead broomstick, then vanished into the clouds. It was done. Norberta, was gone. But the warmth in the hut would stay. Hagrid had fed a fire that had been dying in the world. He had brought something ancient back into it, even for just a moment. And even the wind at the top of the tower seemed to carry the scent of ash and sky. When they climbed back down, no one spoke. Not until they reached the bottom step, where Hermione whispered, "He never belonged here, but he'll be remembered." Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about the way the firelight had bent toward Norbert's egg, and how some things aren't raised. They're summoned. Then hush now, because not every secret is hidden. Some are simply unspoken, waiting in plain sight, surrounded by those who choose not to name them. The dragon is gone, but the castle knows. And some of its oldest guardians have already seen too much to be surprised. The next morning, breakfast passed as usual, porridge steaming, owls sweeping overhead, parchment rustling like rain. But for the few who knew, the air was different. Lighter, perhaps. Or simply quieter. The crate was gone, the fire in Hagrid's hearth had returned to its regular orange flicker, and the claw marks on his floor were mostly scrubbed out with an old rag and a strong cleaning charm. But Hogwarts itself had already shifted. There were small things, barely noticed. The suit of armor near the charms corridor had a new scorch mark on its elbow. A hallway on the third floor smelled faintly of smoke, even with no torches lit. And in the east wing, Filch muttered about claw scratches on one of the window sills, though he never did find the culprit. And Dumbledore never said a word. Not to Hagrid. Not to Harry. Not to anyone. But the fire in his office, usually calm, orderly, blue with focus flame, burned gold for nearly a week. Higher. Wilder. As though it remembered what it was to be part of something untamed. When Hagrid passed him in the courtyard that week, they exchanged only a glance. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled, unreadable as ever, and Hagrid, for all his guilt, didn't flinch. He may have broken a dozen school rules. He may have smuggled a Class A non-tradable creature out of the country. But he had also done something few dared. He had loved a dragon. Fiercely. Fully. Without apology. And somewhere in the mountains of Romania, Norberta was learning to fly. She grew fast. Charlie wrote a year later that she'd already outpaced a juvenile Hungarian horntail in a territorial flight. Smart, too. She liked music. Hated confinement. And once melted a set of enchanted iron restraints just by staring at them too long. Back at Hogwarts, Hagrid kept the hut warm for weeks after Norberta's departure. Not because it was cold, but because the fire had changed. It had been shared. And the warmth it left behind was no longer just for him. Gather close, this last part is quiet. Not dramatic. Not triumphant. Just memory, gently folded into the corners of the world. Because every creature leaves something behind, even if it's just a breath of warmth where once there was none. The dragon is gone, but her egg left something more than ash. Years later, after Norberta had taken to circling cliffs like smoke around a mountainside, after Harry had grown and battled and come back again, someone would find the box. The hut had been half destroyed during the Battle of Hogwarts. Not by spells, but by chaos. A flaming boulder from a siege giant had crushed one wall. The roof had caved slightly. And yet, under the wreckage and shattered furniture, beneath the burnt blankets and scattered buckets, there it was. A tin box. Plain. Dented. Scorched on one edge. But untouched. And when they opened it, nestled carefully inside, was a single shard of dragon shell. Bronze gold. Curved like a crescent moon. Paper thin and still faintly warm. It had come from Norberta's egg. Hagrid had saved it, not out of sentiment, but out of recognition. He had known even then, in the firelight, that some things were worth preserving. Not for the world. Not for the ministry. Just for himself. That shell had held a creature that had burned too brightly to remain. And even now, years later, it still glowed faintly in moonlight. It sits, some say, in the rebuilt hut. Quiet, tucked beneath a drawer filled with spare gloves and tea tins. Others say Dumbledore had once asked to see it, not as a headmaster, but as a man who understood what it meant to hold fire in one hand and still let it go. Norberta never returned to Hogwarts. But the place remembered her. The floorboards in the hut still creak slightly warmer in spring. And the wind that moves past the paddock sometimes smells, briefly, like ash and pine. Hagrid never spoke much of it again. But when someone mentioned dragons in passing, his eyes would brighten, just slightly. And sometimes, late at night, he'd pull out the box and hold the shell up to the candlelight, just to watch it catch the flame. OU stayed all the way through. Long after the castle slept. After the rune faded. After the year turned. And for that, I gave you a story not often told aloud. But it's real. The egg in the fire. The flame that listened. The dragon that flew away into a sky you never saw. That story wasn't hidden, it was always there. But you, staying here at the quiet end of the tale, are one of the few who heard it the way it should be told, with slow breath, a steady fire, and the hush of nighttime magic. If you want more stories like this, more secret corners of the wizarding world whispered through soft shadow and starlight, let me know. Maybe next time, we'll speak of how the Thestrals found Luna. Or the day Professor McGonagall turned a desk into a cat just to impress her mentor. Or maybe something darker still, from the Department of Mysteries. But that's for another night. Tonight, the fire has gone low. The shell is safe. And you are home. Good night.